Chapter 11 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7, by John Hay and John George Nicolay, Chapter 11, Port Hudson. The great work of freeing the Mississippi was not complete when the flags of truce fluttered from the works of Vicksburg. 200 miles below, the Confederate flag still waved defiantly from the stronghold of Port Hudson. A brief review of the state of things in the Department of the Gulf is necessary to explain the circumstances under which this last river fortress fell. General Banks had dispatched to the Department of the Gulf in the autumn of 1862. He carried with him from New York a strong force of troops, not much less than 20,000 men, and instructions to advance up the Mississippi with the forces he took and those he should find in Louisiana, to act in cooperation with General Grant to clear the river, after which he was to establish a line of land communications from New Orleans to Vicksburg, and then to plant himself in the Red River country in such a manner as to protect Louisiana and Arkansas, and form a basis for future operations against Texas, a subject which, in view of our relations with Mexico, greatly occupied at that time the mind of the President. Before he sailed, he made so large a requisition for supplies of all sorts as to strike the President with dismay. He sent it back to the General with this sermon of kindly severity: "Early last week you left me in high hope with your assurance that you would be off with your expedition at the end of that week, or early in this. It is now the end of this, and I have just been overwhelmed and confounded with the sight of a requisition made by you, which, I am assured, cannot be filled and got off within an hour short of 2 months. I enclose you a copy of the requisition, in some hope that it is not genuine, and that you have never seen it. My dear General, this expanding and piling up of impedimenta has been, so far, almost our ruin, and will be our final ruin if it is not abandoned. If you had the articles of this requisition upon the wharf, with the necessary animals to make them of any use, the forage for the animals, you could not get vessels together in 2 weeks to carry the whole, to say nothing of your 20,000 men, and having the vessels, you could not put the cargoes aboard in 2 weeks more. And after all, where you are going, you have no use for them. When you parted with me, you had no such ideas in your mind. I know you had not, or you could not have expected to be off so soon as you said. You must get back to something like the plan you had then, or your expedition is a failure before you start. You must be off before Congress meets. You would be better off anywhere, and especially where you are going, for not having 1,000 wagons doing nothing but hauling forage to feed the animals that draw them, and taking at least 2,000 men to care for the wagons and animals who otherwise might be 2,000 good soldiers. Now, dear General, do not think this is an ill-natured to Banks letter. It is the very reverse. The simple publication of this requisition would ruin you. General Banks wasted no time after his arrival at New Orleans, which was about the middle of December. Before disembarking his troops, he sent 10,000 of them under General Cuvier Grover to take possession of Baton Rouge. As Grover did not consider himself strong enough at that moment to take Port Hudson, which was 25 miles further up the river. The next movement Banks made was not so judicious. Harassed by the entreaties of General Andrew J. Hamilton, the military governor of Texas, and a rather disreputable lot of local politicians whom Hamilton kept about him, he sent a small detachment to take possession of Galveston on the Texas coast, which, as soon as it landed, was captured by an overwhelming force of Confederates under J. B. Magruder, the gunboat Harriet Lane being taken at the same time, and her gallant commander, J. M. Wainwright, killed. This happened on January 1st, an inauspicious opening for the new year. Later in the same month, General Banks set on foot an expedition to move up the Bayou Teche, and in connection with another force, which was to leave the Mississippi River at Plaquemines to take the post at Butte a la Rose. But the Bayou Plaquemines was found to be absolutely impassable, and the expedition was finally abandoned at the request of Admiral Farragut, who was proposing to run past the Port Hudson batteries for the purpose of patrolling the river between that point and Vicksburg, and who asked General Banks to make a demonstration by land to assist him. This he did, moving in the rear of Port Hudson on the 14th, and occupying the attention of the enemy by slight skirmishing, while Farragut with the Hartford and Albatross successfully passed the batteries on the river, the rest of his fleet, however, having failed to follow him. Banks, not having the force to make a serious attack on the Confederate works, brought his men back to Baton Rouge, and himself returned to New Orleans. He was criticized in the report of the General-in-Chief for not having invested Port Hudson at that time, but General Halleck was manifestly in error in his censure, as the rebel forces at Port Hudson were then at their maximum. The official returns for that month showed a total of 20,000 men, with 16,000 ready for duty. The Confederate forces in Louisiana were, at that time, commanded by General Richard Taylor. They had a post called Fort Bisland at Berwick, at the western terminus of the railroad connecting New Orleans and Brashear City. They had full command of the country from that point to Alexandria, where a strong force called Fort de Russy commanded the Red River. It was to break up the rebel force upon this line that Banks had projected the movement in the winter, and he now made preparations as promptly as possible, considering the difficulties under which he labored from deficiency of transportation, to resume that interrupted enterprise. He started on the 11th of April with about 17,000 men, and after a sharp skirmish his troops captured Fort Brisland, the Confederates retreating northward to Opelousas. Banks followed in keen pursuit and took Opelousas on the 20th of April. Butte a la Rose was captured at the same time by the gunboats, and Banks, moving northward, arrived on the 9th of May at Alexandria, driving the Confederates northward to Shreveport. Farragut's vessels, strongly reinforced by Porter, joined the troops at Alexandria, and a very large extent of eastern Louisiana was thus practically restored to the possession of the Union. Banks had acted with promptness and vigor, and Banks, with a loss of only about 600 men, he had captured 2,000 prisoners and 22 guns, and had taken or destroyed great quantities of property of value to the enemy. This enterprise, however successful and judicious as it is now seen to be, did not meet the approval of the General-in-Chief, whose mind was fixed upon the purpose of a junction between Grant and Banks to act successively against Port Hudson and Vicksburg. General Banks and General Grant, during the months of March and April, were continually in correspondence, with the purpose of effecting this object, but, with the utmost goodwill on both sides, it was found to be impracticable. In the first place, the difficulties of communication between the two generals were enormous. Their letters were weeks in reaching each other, and every movement proposed in one became obsolete long before the answer was received. From this cause a serious misunderstanding arose between Halleck, Grant, and Banks, for which neither of the three can be properly blamed. Grant made a conditional promise of reinforcement to Banks in a letter of the 23rd of March, but Banks received it on the 21st of April, after the situation was materially changed. Banks wrote to Grant on the 10th of April, telling him when he could join him, and with what force. But this letter came to the hands of Grant only after the victory of Port Gibson had opened to Grant the way to Jackson. While Grant was concentrating his forces at Grand Gulf, he sent a dispatch to Banks, engaging him to send him an army corps to Bayou Sara by the 25th to cooperate with him on Port Hudson, and asking if, after the reduction of Port Hudson, Banks could assist him at Vicksburg. A month passed before the dispatch reached Banks, and being repeated to him from New Orleans without giving date, he naturally understood the 25th to mean the 25th of May, and so answered that he would be there, probably by the 25th, certainly by the 1st, meaning the 1st of June. But as we have seen, before this answer reached the hands of Grant, he was far on his way toward the capital of Mississippi, all thought of waiting for Banks' assistance having long ago passed from his mind. He responded instantly, however, explaining why he had not waited for Banks, and urged Banks either to join him or send all the force he could spare to cooperate in the great struggle. This dispatch was promptly delivered, reaching Banks at Alexandria on the 12th of May. He answered, regretting the impossibility of joining Grant for the perfectly valid reason they had neither water nor land transportation to make the movement. He gave General Grant in this letter a full and accurate account of his situation, and announced to him his intention of investing Port Hudson, which was unquestionably the wisest thing he could do. Banks put his troops at once in motion across the Atchafalaya on the 9th of May, marched down the bank of the Mississippi to the point opposite Bayou Sara, where they were slowly and toilsomely ferried across the river, and then moved swiftly to Port Hudson, arriving there on the 24th of May, and meeting C. Augur's division, which had been directed to join him from Baton Rouge. The junction was effected successfully after a slight skirmish with the enemy, whom Augur promptly repulsed. The works of Port Hudson were very strong, too strong, as it appeared in the end, to justify an assault from a force so little superior as was Banks to that of the enemy. But the same consideration which impelled Grant twice to assault the works of Vicksburg induced Banks to take the same action. He assaulted on the 25th, immediately after his arrival, and again on the 14th of June. The result of these two attacks was precisely the same as in the case of Grant. No benefit was derived from them, except a slight advance in position, which, however, did not compensate for the terrible loss of life involved. The curious parallelism between the cases of the two commanders is continued also to the extent of their losses. About 4,000 men were lost in the assaults at Vicksburg, and nearly the same number at Port Hudson. Siege operations were then resumed, the investment rendered absolutely complete, and the garrison in Port Hudson held with a steadily tightening grasp until the end. Banks was not left to complete the capture of the place at his leisure. He had not only the care of the enemy inside the works upon his mind, but he was painfully drawn in two other directions at once. General Halleck was writing dispatch after dispatch, commanding him with the most cutting emphasis to go to the assistance of Grant. General W. H. Emory, whom he had left in charge at New Orleans, was sending the most importunate appeals to him to return to that city, or all would be lost. Even while the Confederate troops were marching out of the works at Vicksburg, Emory wrote, "I respectfully suggest that unless Port Hudson be already taken, you can only save this city by sending me reinforcements immediately and at any cost. It is a choice between Port Hudson and New Orleans." But, disregarding the importunities from both quarters, both imperfectly advised of the real state of affairs, Banks pursued the judicious course of standing by the work in hand. The danger to which General Emory referred was by no means imaginary. New Orleans was more severely menaced than at any other time during the war. General Taylor, after the unsuccessful attack upon Milliken's Bend, had returned to Alexandria and organized a considerable force, variously estimated at from 3,000 to 5,000 men. With this he had moved in 2 detachments upon Berwick Bay. He sent Colonel J. P. Major with a force of cavalry by way of Plaquemines to attack Brashear City in the rear, while with Generals Alfred Mouton and Thomas Green he moved his main force down the Tech, and the 2 forces came together on the 24th exactly at the time ordered. Taylor captured the place, taking several hundred invalid and convalescent prisoners and a large amount of valuable stores. He then sent General Greene, assisted by Major's cavalry, to Donaldsonville, midway between New Orleans and Port Hudson, while he pushed another party to within 25 miles of New Orleans, creating little less than a panic in the city, which justified General Emory's dispatch to Banks. On the 28th, Greene attacked Donaldsonville, which was protected by a small earthwork and garrisoned by only 225 men of the 28th Maine Regiment, under Major J. D. Bullen. The assaulting force was about 10 times that of the defenders. They attacked a little after midnight, and met with a severe repulse at the hands of the gallant little garrison and the gunboats in the Mississippi. They withdrew several miles down the river, and there erected batteries which, if they could have been made permanent, would have placed Banks' army and the city of New Orleans in a most critical position. But the tremendous events which were taking place along the river rendered the well-laid plan of Taylor of little avail. When the great news of Vicksburg arrived in the Union camp around Port Hudson, it was greeted with the thunder of artillery and the joyous shouts of Northern soldiers. The Confederate pickets, who had already established the same social relations, modified by rifle practice, which had been so long in force at Vicksburg, inquired of the cause of this rejoicing, and General Gardner became thus informed of the uselessness of further resistance. He surrendered the place on the 9th of July. Weitzel and Grover were at once sent down to Donaldsonville, and after a sharp engagement in which neither side gained any special advantage, the Confederates withdrew to Brashear City, whither they were not very vigorously pursued. Banks retook the place on the 22nd of July, and Taylor moved northward along the line of the Tech, where he passed the winter. The fruits of Banks' victory were about 6,000 prisoners actually paroled. If we add to this the 500 sick and wounded in the hospitals, and nearly 800 lost during the siege, it will be seen that the campaign of Port Hudson added 6,340 men to the grand aggregate taken from the Confederacy in this summer's work. They lost 51 pieces of artillery and over 5,000 small arms. It seemed as if the stars in their courses were fighting to make everything, east and west, gilt with new luster the anniversary of American independence. One of the most brilliant of the minor victories of the war was gained at Helena, Arkansas, on the west bank of the Mississippi, on the 4th of July. General Holmes had asked and received permission to take that place in the middle of June, and had mustered for the purpose an army of nearly 10,000 men. The garrison at Helena consisted of a division of the 13th Corps and a brigade of cavalry numbering in all 4,000 men, commanded by Major General B. M. Prentice. Holmes felt so sure of victory that he doubtless selected the 4th of July for his attack in a mere spirit of bravado. He assaulted at daylight with converging columns, two of which made considerable impression upon the outworks, but never reached the town. The defense of the Union troops was singularly skillful and energetic, and after a few hours of fighting, Holmes, finding himself utterly defeated, retired at 10:30. The little army of Prentice was, of course, too small to pursue. The last Confederate attempt to hold the Mississippi River thus ended in a complete and most humiliating repulse. Sherman, who had been ordered by Grant to hold himself in readiness to set out in search of Johnston the moment Vicksburg fell, had obeyed the order with such efficiency that, although the city surrendered 2 days before the proposed assault, Sherman was ready to start within an hour from the time when the Confederates stacked their arms. He took with him a splendid army consisting of the 13th, 15th, and 9th Corps, holding the center with his own, with Ord on the right and Parke on the left. In this order they marched rapidly on the track of Johnston, over roads thick with dust and in weather of tropical heat. There was very little water to be had along the route, and Johnston had taken pains to spoil even that scanty supply, wherever possible, by driving cattle, hogs, and sheep into the ponds and shooting them there. But these were light afflictions to Sherman's hardy veterans, and they arrived on the morning of the 9th in robust health and high spirits before the field works in front of Jackson. Here General Johnston awaited them in the full hope and confidence that they would be compelled to attack him for want of water, and safely established behind his earthworks, he counted on them, inflicting a severe repulse upon them. But when 2 days had passed, and instead of a dash upon his fortifications, he found that Sherman had quietly extended his flanks to the Pearl River above and below the town, and was preparing intrenchments for his formidable artillery, Johnston's heart failed him, and he telegraphed to Jefferson Davis that it would be impossible, for want of supplies, to stand a siege, and that therefore, unless the enemy attacked him, he must abandon the place. Hot skirmishing began on the 12th, with continually increasing fire of artillery. General Lauman, with misdirected zeal, went too far near the Confederate works and was severely handled, both in front and in rear, we might say, for at General Ord's request he was relieved from his command, a punishment rather too prompt and severe for a single error of judgment on the part of an officer of great courage and merit. An attempt was next made by General Johnston to cut off Sherman's artillery train, which his scouts had reported as approaching by the Jackson road. But this failing, and Johnston having heard that the train was near the Federal camp, he decided to evacuate the place, and accomplished it with that singular skill and address which never failed him on such occasions. He crossed the river upon bridges inside of his lines without exciting the least suspicion on the part of his accomplished adversary, and Sherman, for the second time, entered the capital of Mississippi, from which Johnston had retired in perfect safety, and was now miles away. He was followed a little distance, but Sherman, concluding that pursuit in that torrid weather would be fatal to his army, he returned to Vicksburg and went into camp. The great work was done. The Army of the Tennessee and its commanders received the enthusiastic plaudits of a grateful country. Grant was made a major general in the regular army. Sherman and McPherson were promoted to be brigadiers in the regular service. There was no cloud upon their satisfaction over a great duty well performed. As General Halleck said in his dispatch of congratulation, they could feel that they had deserved the gratitude of your country, and it will be the boast of your children that their fathers were of the heroic army which reopened the Mississippi River. Up to this time, no general in the field had shown less thought than Grant of his personal future, or of those prospects which are so frequently presented to the imagination of successful military leaders. But it is recorded that he said many years afterward, in one of those characteristic phrases of simple directness peculiar to him, "After the capture of Vicksburg, I regarded it as probable that it would fall to my lot to command the army and to end the war." One of the minor crosses which successful soldiers are called upon to bear is the imputation that the plans of their triumphant campaigns were suggested by subordinates or dictated by superiors. But in the case of General Grant, fortunate in this as in everything else, the door was forever closed against such an imputation by the swift and generous testimony of his superiors and his most intimate subordinate. Sherman lost no time in saying that the plan of the Vicksburg campaign was Grant's, and Grant's alone. General Halleck gave him this unqualified and ungrudging praise: "In boldness of plan, rapidity of execution, and brilliancy of results, these operations will compare most favorably with those of Napoleon about Ulm." While from the President came the following letter, which we believe no other ruler that ever lived would have had the magnanimity to write: "My dear General, I do not remember that you and I ever met personally. I write this now as a grateful acknowledgment for your almost inestimable service you have done the country. I wish to say a word further. When you first reached the vicinity of Vicksburg, I thought you should do what you finally did: march the troops across the neck, run the batteries with the transports, and thus go below. And I never had any faith, except a general hope that you knew better than I, that the Yazoo Pass expedition and the like could succeed. When you got below and took Port Hudson, Grand Gulf, and vicinity, I thought you should go down the river and join General Banks, and when you turned northward, east of the Big Black, I feared it was a mistake. I now wish to make the personal acknowledgment that you were right and I was wrong." There remained but one act to close the mighty drama of the struggle for the great river of the West, which for 2 years had shaken its bluffs, with the thunder and of artillery, and had reddened its turbid waters with the blood of brothers. This was accomplished on the 16th of July, when the steamboat Imperial quietly landed at the wharf in New Orleans, arriving direct from St. Louis, laden with a commercial cargo, having passed over the whole course of that great thoroughfare of commerce undisturbed by a hostile shot or challenge from bluff or levee on either shore. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 12, Vallandigham. General Burnside took command of the Department of the Ohio, March 25, 1863, with a zeal against the insurgents only heightened by his defeat at Fredericksburg. He found his department infested with a peculiarly bitter opposition to the government and to the prosecution of the war, amounting, in his opinion, to positive aid and comfort to the enemy. And he determined to use all the powers confided to him to put an end to these manifestations, which he considered treasonable. And in the execution of this purpose he gave great latitude to the exercise of his authority. He was of a zealous and impulsive character, and weighed too little the consequences of his acts where his feelings were strongly enlisted. He issued on the 13th of April an order which obtained wide celebrity under the name of General Order No. 38, announcing that all persons found within our lines who commit acts for the benefit of the enemies of our country will be tried as spies or traitors, and, if convicted, will suffer death. He enumerated as among the acts which came within the view of this order the writing and carrying of secret letters, passing the lines for treasonable purposes, recruiting for the Confederate service, harboring, concealing, or feeding public enemies within our lines, and rising beyond this reasonable category of offenses, he declared that the habit of declaring sympathy for the enemy will not be allowed in this department. Persons committing such offenses will be at once arrested with a view to being tried as above stated, or sent beyond our lines into the lines of their friends. And in conclusion he added a clause which may be made to embrace, in its ample sweep, any demonstration not to the taste of the general in command. It must be distinctly understood that treason expressed or implied will not be tolerated in this department. This order at once excited a most furious denunciation on the part of those who, either on account of their acts or their secret sympathies, felt themselves threatened by it, and many even of those opponents of the administration who were entirely loyal to the Union criticized the order as illegal in itself and liable to lead to dangerous abuses. The most energetic and eloquent of General Burnside's assailants was Clement L. Vallandigham, who had been for several years a member of Congress from Ohio, whose intemperate denunciation of the government had caused him the loss of his seat, and whose defeat had only heightened the acerbity of his opposition to the war. General Order No. 38 furnished him a most inspiring text for assailing the government, and he availed himself of it in Democratic meetings throughout the State. A rumor of his violent speeches came to the ears of the military authorities in Cincinnati, and an officer was sent, in citizen's clothes, to attend a meeting which was held at Mount Vernon, Ohio, where Mr. Vallandigham and other prominent Democrats were the orators of the day. The meeting was an enthusiastic one, full of zeal against the government and of sympathy with the South. Mr. Vallandigham, feeling his audience thoroughly in harmony with him, spoke with unusual fluency and bitterness, greatly enjoying the applause of his hearers, and unconscious of the presence of the unsympathizing recorder, who leaned against the platform a few feet away and took down some of his most malignant periods. He said it was the design of those in power to usurp a despotism, that it was not their intention to effect a restoration of the Union, that the government had rejected every overture of peace from the South and every proposition of mediation from Europe, that the war was for the liberation of the blacks and the enslavement of the whites, that General Order No. 38 was a base usurpation of arbitrary power, that he despised it and spat upon it and trampled it under his feet. Speaking of the Conscription Act, he said the people were not deserving to be free men who would submit to such encroachment on their liberties. He called the President King Lincoln and advised the people to come up together at the ballot box and hurl the tyrant from his throne. The audience and the speaker were evidently in entire agreement. The crowd wore in great numbers the distinctive badges of copperheads and butternuts, and amid cheers which Vallandigham's speech elicited, the witness heard a shout that Jeff Davis was a gentleman, which was more than Lincoln was. The officer returned to Cincinnati and made his report. 3 days later, on the evening of the 4th of May, a special train went up to Dayton with a company of the 115th Ohio to arrest Mr. Vallandigham. Reaching Dayton, they went at once to his house, where they arrived shortly before daylight and demanded admittance. The orator appeared at an upper window, and being informed of their business, refused to allow them to enter. He began shouting in a loud voice. Pistols were fired from the house. The signals were taken up in the town, and, according to some preconcerted arrangement, the fire bells began to toll. There was evidently no time to be lost. The soldiers forced their way into the house. Vallandigham was compelled to dress himself in haste and was hurried to the cars, and the special train pulled out of the station before any considerable crowd could assemble. Arriving at Cincinnati, Vallandigham was consigned to the military prison and kept in close confinement. During the day he contrived, however, to issue an address to the democracy of Ohio, saying, "I am here in a military bastille for no other offense than my political opinions, and the defense of them and of the rights of the people and of your constitutional liberties. I am a Democrat, for the Constitution, for law, for the Union, for liberty. This is my only crime." Meanwhile, Democrats of Ohio, of the Northwest of the United States, be firm, be true to your principles, to the Constitution, to the Union, and all will yet be well. To you, to the whole people, to time, I again appeal. While he was issuing these fervid words, his friends in Dayton were making their demonstration in another fashion. The town was filled with excitement all day. Crowds gathered on the streets, discussing and denouncing the arrest. Great numbers of wagons loaded with rural friends and adherents of the agitator came in from the country, and, the excitement increasing as night came on, a crowd of several hundred men moved, hooting and yelling, to the office of the Republican newspaper. Someone threw a brick at the building, then a volley of pistol shots was fired, and the excitement of the crowd wreaked itself on the unoffending building, which was first sacked and then destroyed by fire. Later in the night, a company of troops arrived from Cincinnati, and before midnight the crowd was dispersed and order was restored. Mr. Vallandigham was promptly tried by a military commission convened May 6 by General Burnside, consisting of officers of his staff and of the Ohio and Kentucky volunteers. Mr. Vallandigham made no individual objection to the court, but protested that they had no authority to try him, that he was in neither the land nor naval forces of the United States, nor in the militia, and was therefore amenable only to the civil courts. This protest was of course disregarded, and his trial went on. It was proved that he made the speech of which we have already given an abstract. He called as witness in his defense S. Cox, who was also one of the orators of the occasion, and who testified that the speech of Mr. Vallandigham, though couched in strong language, was in no respect treasonable. When the evidence was all in, the accused entered a protest against the entire proceeding, repeating the terms of his original protest, and adding that his alleged offense itself was not known to the Constitution, nor to any law thereof. It is, he said, words spoken to the people of Ohio in an open and public political meeting, lawfully and peacefully assembled under the Constitution and upon full notice. It is words of criticism of the public policy of the public servants of the people, by which policy it was alleged that the welfare of the country was not promoted. It was an appeal to the people to change that policy, not by force, but by free elections and the ballot box. It is not pretended that I counsel disobedience to the Constitution or resistance to laws and lawful authority. I never have. Beyond this protest, I have nothing further to submit. There were no speeches either in prosecution or in defense. When the court was cleared, it remained in deliberation for 3 hours, and returned a decision that the accused was guilty of the charge of publicly expressing, in violation of General Order No. 38 from Headquarters Department of the Ohio, his sympathy for those in arms against the government of the United States, declaring disloyal sentiments and opinions with the object and purpose of weakening the power of the government in its efforts to suppress an unlawful rebellion. They therefore sentenced him to be placed in close confinement in some fortress of the United States, to be designated by the commanding officer of the department, there to be kept during the continuance of the war. General Burnside approved the finding and the sentence, and designated Fort Warren, Boston Harbor, as the place of confinement in accordance with the sentence. But before the finding of the commission was made public, George E. Pugh, as counsel for Vallandigham, applied to Judge Leavitt of the United States Circuit Court sitting in Cincinnati for a writ of habeas corpus. On the 11th of May, the case was heard, and extended arguments were made by Mr. Pugh in favor of the motion, and by A. F. Perry, who appeared on behalf of General Burnside, against it. But the most noticeable feature of the trial was a written address from General Burnside himself, presented to the district attorney, in which he explained and defended his action. He began by saying that he was prohibited by law and by his duty from criticizing the policy of the government, that such abstention from injurious criticism was binding on everyone in the service. He then went on to say, "If it is my duty and the duty of the troops to avoid saying anything that would weaken the army by preventing a single recruit from joining the ranks, by bringing the laws of Congress into disrepute, or by causing dissatisfaction in the ranks, it is equally the duty of every citizen in the department to avoid the same evil. If I were to find a man from the enemy's country distributing in my camps speeches of their public men that tended to demoralize the troops or to destroy their confidence in the constituted authorities of the government, I would have him tried and hung, if found guilty, and all the rules of modern warfare would sustain me. Why should such speeches from our own public men be allowed?" He even went so far as to disapprove the use of party names and party epithets, saying the simple names of patriot and traitor are comprehensive enough. If the people do not approve that policy, they can change the constitutional authorities of that government at the proper time and by the proper method. Let them freely discuss the policy in a proper tone. But my duty requires me to stop license and intemperate discussion, which tend to weaken the authority of the government and army. Whilst the latter is in the presence of the enemy, it is cowardly so to weaken it. There is no fear of the people losing their liberties. We all know that to be the cry of demagogues, and none but the ignorant will listen to it. Judge Humphrey H. Leavitt denied the motion for habeas corpus in a long decision in which he thoroughly reviewed the legal points involved in the case. The essential point of his decision was this: General Burnside, by order of the President, had been appointed to the military supervision of the Department of the Ohio, including, among other states, the State of Ohio. The precise extent of his authority was not known to the court, but it might properly be assumed that the President had clothed him with all the powers necessary to the efficient discharge of his duties. It is not claimed that in time of war the President is above the Constitution. He derives his power, on the contrary, expressly from the provision of that instrument that he shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy. The Constitution does not specify the powers he may rightfully exercise in this character, nor are they defined by legislation. No one denies, however, that the President, in his character, is invested with very high powers, which he has exercised as Commander-in-Chief from time to time during the present rebellion. His acts in this capacity must be limited to such as are deemed essential to the protection and preservation of the government and the Constitution. And in deciding what he may rightfully do under this power, where there is no express legislative declaration, the President is guided solely by his own judgment, and is amenable only for an abuse of his authority by impeachment. The occasion which calls for the exercise of this power exists only from the necessity of the case, and when the necessity exists, there is a clear justification of the act. The judge concludes that if this view of the power of the President is correct, it implies the right to arrest persons who, by their mischievous acts of disloyalty, impede or endanger the military operations of the government. He continued, "And if the necessity exists, I see no reason why the power does not attach to the officer or general in command of a military department. The only reason why the appointment is made is that the President cannot discharge the duties in person. He therefore constitutes an agent to represent him, clothed with the necessary power for the efficient supervision of the military interests of the government throughout the department. In the exercise of his discretion, he, General Burnside, issued the order number 38, which has been brought to the notice of the court." Judge Leavitt would not comment on that order, but only referred to it because General Burnside had stated his motives for issuing it, and also because it was for its supposed violation that he ordered the arrest of Mr. Vallandigham. He had done this under his responsibility as the commanding general of the department, and in accordance with what he supposed to be the power vested in him by the appointment of the President. It was virtually an act of the executive department under the power vested in the President by the Constitution, and the court therefore refused to annul or reverse it. The arrest, trial, and sentence of Vallandigham took the President somewhat by surprise, and it was only after these proceedings were consummated that he had an opportunity seriously to consider the case. If he had been consulted before any proceedings were initiated, there is reason to believe he would not have permitted them. But finding himself in the presence of an accomplished fact. The question now given him to consider was whether he should approve the sentence of the court, or by annulling it weaken the authority of the general commanding the district and greatly encourage the active and dangerous secession element in the West. He concluded to accept the act of Burnside as within his discretion as military commander, but as the imprisonment of Vallandigham in the North would have been a constant source of irritation and political discussion, the President concluded to modify his sentence to one which could be immediately and finally executed, and the execution of which would excite far less sympathy with the prisoner, and in fact seriously damage his prestige and authority among his followers. The method of punishment which he chose was doubtless suggested by a paragraph in Burnside's Order No. 38, which had mentioned as a form of punishment for the declaration of sympathy with the enemy deportation beyond our lines into the lines of their friends. He therefore commuted the sentence of Vallandigham and directed that he be sent within the Confederate lines. This was done about a fortnight after the court-martial. Mr. Vallandigham was sent to Tennessee, and on the 25th of May was escorted by a small cavalry force to the Confederate lines near Murfreesboro. After a short parley with the rebel vedettes, who made no objection to receiving the prisoner, he was delivered into the hands of a single private soldier of an Alabama regiment, Mr. Vallandigham making a formal protest to the effect that he was within the Confederate lines by force and against his will, and that he surrendered as a prisoner of war. The arrest and sentence of this distinguished Democrat produced a profound sensation throughout the country. It occasioned general rejoicing in the South. The government in Richmond saw in it a promise of counter-revolution in the North, and some of the Confederate generals built upon it the rosiest hopes for future campaigns. General Beauregard, writing to a friend in Mobile, said the Yankees, by sending Vallandigham into Bragg's lines, had indicated a point of attack. He suggested that Hooker being disposed of for the next 6 months at least, Lee should act on the defensive and send Bragg 30,000 men to take the offensive at once. Let Bragg, or some better soldier who is sufficiently shadowed forth in parenthesis, destroy or capture, as it is done in Europe, Rosecrans's army. Then march into Kentucky, raise 30,000 men more there and in Tennessee. Then get into Ohio and call upon the friends of Vallandigham to rise for his defense and support. Then call upon Indiana, Illinois, and Missouri to throw off the yoke of the accursed Yankee nation. Then, his plan growing more and more magnificent as it took grandeur and color under his pen, call upon the whole Northwest to join in the movement, form a confederacy of their own, and join us by a treaty of alliance, defensive and offensive. What would then become of the Northeast? Demanded the doughty Creole. How long would it take us to bring it back to its senses? The feeling in the North, if less exuberant in its expression, was equally serious. No act of the government has been so strongly criticized, and none having relation to the rights of an individual created a feeling so deep and so widespread. No further legal steps were taken in the case, except an application which was made by Vallandigham's counsel for a writ of certiorari to bring up the proceedings of the military commission for review in the Supreme Court of the United States. This motion was denied on the evident ground that no such writ could be issued by the Supreme Court to any such military commission, as the court had no jurisdiction over the proceedings of such a tribunal. But in the Democratic newspapers, in public meetings, in a multitude of leading articles and pamphlets, the question was discussed with the greatest earnestness and even violence. The orators and politicians of the Democratic party regarding the incident as the most valuable bit of political capital which had fallen to them during the year. Even some of the most loyal newspapers of the North joined in the general attack. saying that by the statutes Vallandigham was a prisoner of state, and that the Secretary of War was bound to report him as such to the circuit judge of the district in which his supposed offences were committed, to be regularly tried by the civil tribunal. But the principal criticism was, of course, confined to the ranks of the opposition. Their newspapers and public men vied with one another in a chorus of condemnation. To a meeting held in Albany on the 16th of May, Governor Seymour wrote, "It is an act which has brought dishonor upon our country. It is full of danger to our persons and to our homes. It bears upon its front a conscious violation of law and of justice. The transaction involved a series of offenses against our most sacred rights. It interfered with the freedom of speech. It violated our rights to be secure in our homes against unreasonable searches and seizures. It pronounced sentence without a trial, save one which was a mockery, which insulted as well as wronged. If this proceeding is approved by the government and sanctioned by the people, it is not merely a step towards revolution, it is revolution. It will not only lead to military despotism, it establishes military despotism. If it is upheld, our liberties are overthrown. The action of the administration will determine, in the minds of more than one half of the people of the loyal states, whether this war is waged to put down rebellion at the South or to destroy free institutions at the North. We look for its decision with most solemn solicitude." The meeting to which Governor Seymour sent this passionate address passed a series of resolutions insisting upon their loyalty and the services they had rendered to the country, but demanding that the administration shall be true to the Constitution, shall recognize and maintain the rights of the States and the liberties of the citizen, shall everywhere outside of the lines of necessary military occupation and the scenes of insurrection exert all its powers to maintain the supremacy of the civil over military law. And in view of these principles, they denounced the recent assumption of a military commander to seize and try a citizen of Ohio, Clement L. Vallandigham, for no other reason than words addressed to a public meeting in criticism of the course of the administration and in condemnation of the military orders of that general. The resolutions further set forth that such an assumption of military power strikes a fatal blow at the supremacy of law. They enumerated the provisions of the Constitution defining the crime of treason and the defenses to which those accused of that crime are entitled, and said that these safeguards of the rights of the citizen against the pretensions of arbitrary power were intended more especially for his protection in times of civil commotion. They further resolved that in the election of Governor Seymour, the people of this State, by an emphatic majority, declared their condemnation of the system of arbitrary arrests and their determination to stand by the Constitution. And that, regarding the blow struck at a citizen of Ohio as aimed at the rights of every citizen of the North, we denounce it as against the spirit of our laws and Constitution, and most earnestly call upon the President of the United States to reverse the action of the military tribunal which has passed a cruel and unusual punishment upon the party arrested, prohibited in terms by the Constitution, and to restore him to the liberty of which he has been deprived. A copy of these resolutions was sent to the President and received his most careful consideration. He answered on the 12th of June in a letter which demands the close perusal of every student of our history. He accepted in the beginning and thanked the meeting for the resolutions expressing the purpose of sustaining the cause of the Union despite the folly and wickedness of any administration. He referred to the safeguards of the Constitution for the defense of persons accused of treason, and contended that these provisions of the Constitution had no application to the case in hand. The arrests complained of were not made for the technical crime of treason. He then proceeded, in language so terse and vigorous that it is difficult to abridge a paragraph without positive mutilation, to describe the circumstances under which this rebellion began, and the hopes of the insurgents, which were founded upon the inveterate respect of the American people for the forms of law. He wrote, "Prior to my installation here, it had been inculcated that any State had a lawful right to secede from the national Union, and that it would be expedient to exercise the right whenever the devotees of the doctrine should fail to elect a President to their own liking. I was elected contrary to their liking, and accordingly, so far as it was legally possible, they had taken 7 States out of the Union, had seized many of the United States forts, and had fired upon the United States flag, all before I was inaugurated, and of course before I had done any official act whatever. The rebellion thus begun soon ran into the present civil war, and in certain respects it began on very unequal terms between the parties. The insurgents had been preparing for it for more than 30 years, while the government had taken no steps to resist them. The former had carefully considered all the means which could be turned to their account. It undoubtedly was a well-pondered reliance with them that, in their own unrestricted efforts to destroy Union, Constitution, and law altogether, the government would in a great degree be restrained by the same Constitution and law from arresting their progress. Their sympathizers pervaded all departments of the government and nearly all communities of the people. From this material, under cover of liberty of speech, liberty of the press, and habeas corpus, they hoped to keep on foot amongst us a most efficient corps of spies, informers, suppliers, and aiders and abettors of their cause in 1,000 ways. They knew that in times such as they were inaugurating, by the Constitution itself the habeas corpus might be suspended, but they also knew they had friends who would make a question as to who was to suspend it. Meanwhile, their spies and others might remain at large to help on their cause. Or if, as has happened, the executive should suspend the writ without ruinous waste of time, instances of arresting innocent persons might occur, as are always likely to occur in such cases, and then a clamor could be raised in regard to this, which might be at least of some service to the insurgent cause. It needed no very keen perception to discover this part of the enemy's program, so soon as, by open hostilities, their machinery was fairly put in motion. Yet, thoroughly imbued with a reverence for the guaranteed rights of individuals, I was slow to adopt the strong measures which by degrees I have been forced to regard as being within the exceptions of the Constitution, and as indispensable to the public safety. Nothing is better known to history than that courts of justice are utterly incompetent to such cases. Civil courts are organized chiefly for trials of individuals, or at most a few individuals acting in concert, and this in quiet times and on charges of crimes well defined in the law. Even in times of peace, bands of horse thieves and robbers frequently grow too numerous and powerful for the ordinary courts of justice. But what comparison in numbers have such bands ever borne to the insurgent sympathizers, even in many of the loyal states? Again, a jury too frequently has at least one member more ready to hang the panel than to hang the traitor. And yet again, he who dissuades one man from volunteering or induces one soldier to desert weakens the Union cause as much as he who kills a Union soldier in battle. Yet this dissuasion or inducement may be so conducted as to be no defined crime of which any civil court would take cognizance. He then applied to the case in hand the clear provision of the Constitution that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless, when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it, and went on to say, This is precisely our present case, a case of rebellion wherein the public safety does require the suspension. Indeed, arrests by process of courts and arrests in cases of rebellion do not proceed altogether upon the same basis. The former is directed at the small percentage of ordinary and continuous perpetration of crime, while the latter is directed at sudden and extensive uprisings against the government, which at most will succeed or fail in no great length of time. In the latter case, arrests are made not so much for what has been done as for what probably would be done. The latter is more for the preventive and less for the vindictive than the former. In such cases, the purposes of men are much more easily understood than in cases of ordinary crime. The man who stands by and says nothing when the peril of his government is discussed cannot be misunderstood. If not hindered, he is sure to help the enemy, much more if he talks ambiguously, talks for his country with buts and ifs and ands. Of how little value the constitutional provisions I have quoted will be rendered if arrests shall never be made until defined crimes shall have been committed may be illustrated by a few notable examples. General John C. Breckinridge, General Robert E. Lee, General Joseph E. Johnston, General John B. Magruder, General William B. Preston, General Simon B. Buckner, and Commodore Franklin Buchanan, now occupying the very highest places in the rebel war service, were all within the power of the government since the rebellion began, and were nearly as well known to be traitors then as now. Unquestionably, if we had seized and held them, the insurgent cause would be much weaker, but no one of them had then committed any crime defined in the law. Every one of them, if arrested, would have been discharged on habeas corpus were the writ allowed to operate. In view of these and similar cases, I think the time not unlikely to come when I shall be blamed for having made too few arrests rather than too many. Referring to the charge made in the resolutions that Mr. Vallandigham was arrested for no other reason than words addressed to public meetings in criticism of the course of the administration, Mr. Lincoln said, "If this assertion is the truth and the whole truth, if there was no other reason for the arrest, then I concede that the arrest was wrong. But he, Mr. Vallandigham, was not arrested because he was damaging the political prospects of the administration or the personal interests of the commanding general, but because he was damaging the army, upon the existence and vigor of which the life of the nation depends. He was warring upon the military, and this gave the military constitutional jurisdiction to lay hands upon him." If it could be shown that his arrest was made on mistake of fact, the President would be glad to correct it. But he said, "Long experience has shown that armies cannot be maintained unless desertion shall be punished by the severe penalty of death. The case requires, and the law and the Constitution sanction this punishment. Must I shoot a simple-minded soldier boy who deserts, while I must not touch a hair of a wily agitator who induces him to desert? There is none the less injurious when effected by getting a father or brother or friend into a public meeting and there working upon his feelings till he is persuaded to write the soldier boy that he is fighting in a bad cause for a wicked administration of a contemptible government, too weak to arrest and punish him if he shall desert. I think that in such a case to silence the agitator and save the boy is not only constitutional, but withal a great mercy." He then stated clearly his belief that certain proceedings are constitutional when, in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety requires them, which would not be constitutional when, in absence of rebellion or invasion, the public safety does not require them. He continued, "The Constitution itself makes the distinction, and I can no more be persuaded that the government can constitutionally take no strong measures in time of rebellion, because it can be shown that the same could not be lawfully taken in times of peace, then I can be persuaded that a particular drug is not good medicine for a sick man because it can be shown to not be good food for a well one. Nor am I able to appreciate the danger apprehended by the meeting that the American people will, by means of military arrests during the rebellion, lose the right of public discussion, the liberty of speech and the press, the law of evidence, trial by jury, and habeas corpus throughout the indefinite peaceful future which I trust lies before them, any more than I am able to believe that a man could contract so strong an appetite for emetics during temporary illness as to persist in feeding upon them during the remainder of his healthful life. The President parried the political thrust in the resolutions by reminding the gentlemen of Albany that although they address him as Democrats, not all Democrats are of their way of thinking. He on whose discretionary judgment Mr. Vallandigham was arrested and tried is a Democrat having no old party affinity with me, and the judge who rejected the constitutional view expressed in these resolutions by refusing to discharge Mr. Vallandigham on habeas corpus is a Democrat of better days than these, having received his judicial mantle at the hands of President Jackson. And still more, of all those Democrats who are nobly exposing their lives and shedding their blood on the battlefield, I have learned that many approve the course taken with Mr. Vallandigham, while I have not heard of a single one condemning it. The President fortified his argument by an incident of pertinent history especially adapted to touch the sympathies of Democrats, the arbitrary arrests made by General Jackson at New Orleans, his defiance of the writ of habeas corpus, and his imprisonment of the judge who had issued it. Near the close of this strong and adroit defense of the action of Burnside, the President made a remarkable admission in these words: "And yet let me say that in my own discretion I do not know whether I would have ordered the arrest of Mr. Vallandigham. While I cannot shift the responsibility from myself, I hold that, as a general rule, the commander in the field is the better judge of the necessity in any particular case. It gave me pain when I learned that Mr. Vallandigham had been arrested. That is, I was pained that there should have seemed to be a necessity for arresting him. And it will afford me great pleasure to discharge him so soon as I can. By any means believe the public safety will not suffer by it. I further say that as the war progresses, it appears to me opinion and action, which were in great confusion at first, take shape and fall into more regular channels, so that the necessity for strong dealing with them gradually decreases. I have every reason to desire that it should cease altogether, and far from the least is my regard for the opinions and wishes of those who, like the meeting at Albany, declare their purpose to sustain the government in every constitutional and lawful measure to suppress the rebellion. Still, I must continue to do so much as may seem to be required by the public safety." There are few of the President's state papers which produced a stronger impression upon the public mind than this. Its tone of candor and courtesy, which did not conceal his stern and resolute purpose, his clear statement of the needs of the country, his terse argument of his authority under the Constitution to suspend the writ of habeas corpus when, in case of rebellion, the public safety required it, his contrast of the venial crime of the simple-minded soldier boy, which was punished by death, with the deeper guilt of the wily agitator who claimed immunity through the Constitution he was endeavoring to destroy. The strong yet humorous common sense of his doubt whether a permanent taste for emetics could be contracted during a fit of sickness met with an immediate and eager appreciation among the citizens of the country, and rendered this letter remarkable in the long series of Mr. Lincoln's political writings. It is needless to say that it did not meet with equal approbation in all quarters. It was received by the politicians of New York, to whom it was addressed, with the gravest displeasure. They answered in an angry yet forcible paper, claiming that the original act of tyranny by which Mr. Vallandigham was arrested had been aggravated by the claim of despotic power which they assumed to find in the President's letter. They wrote with so much heat and feeling that they hardly paused to measure their epithets. Otherwise they would scarcely have been guilty of the impertinence of speaking to the President of his pretensions to more than legal authority, and of criticizing his crystal-clear statement as the misty and cloudy forms of expression in which those pretensions were set forth. But it is not worth while to rescue either of these letters from the oblivion which soon overtook them. In the words of Mr. Lincoln on another occasion, the world little noted nor long remembered them. Their first letter had no function nor result but to call into being the President's admirable reply, and the second was little more than a cry under punishment. In the State of Ohio, the arrest of Mr. Vallandigham had precipitated an issue which was in its solution greatly to the advantage of the cause of the Union. When, on the 11th of June, the Democratic Convention of the State met at Columbus, it was found to be completely under the control of those opposed to the war, and the excitement consequent upon Vallandigham's arrest and banishment designated him as the only serious candidate for the office of governor. Nominating him by acclamation was the readiest and most practical way of signifying their disapproval of the proceedings of the government. They passed a series of resolutions affirming their devotion to the Union, denouncing the arrest and banishment of Vallandigham as a forcible violation of the Constitution and a direct insult offered to the sovereignty of the people of Ohio, saying that the Democratic party was fully competent to decide whether Mr. Vallandigham was a fit man to be nominated for governor, and that the attempt to deprive them of that right by his arrest and banishment was an unmerited imputation upon their intelligence and loyalty. They therefore called upon the President to restore Mr. Vallandigham to his home in Ohio. The committee appointed to present these resolutions accompanied them with a long letter, signed by the most prominent Democrats of Ohio, arguing, upon lines similar to those followed in the letter from the Albany Democrats, that the action of the government towards Vallandigham was illegal and unconstitutional, that it had created widespread and alarming disaffection among the people of the State, that it was not an offense against any law to contend that the war could not be used as a means of restoring the Union, or that a war directed against slavery would inevitably result in the final destruction of both the Constitution and the Union. They took up the President's letter to the Albany Committee and insisted that Mr. Vallandigham was not warring upon the military. They disagreed entirely with the President on the subject of the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. They represented the President as claiming that the Constitution is different in time of insurrection or invasion from what it is in time of peace or public security, and that he had the right to engraft limitations or exceptions upon these constitutional guarantees whenever, in his judgment, the public safety required it. Having attributed to him these absurd pretensions, they proceeded solemnly to deny them, and ask, if an indefinable kind of constructive treason is to be introduced and engrafted upon the Constitution unknown to the laws of the land, and subject to the will of the President whenever an insurrection or invasion shall occur in any part of this vast country, what safety or security will be left for the liberties of the people? The President sent a reply to this letter, briefer than the one he had devoted to Albany, and not so full in its discussion of the constitutional question at issue. For his views in this regard, he referred the Ohio committee to his Albany letter. He simply repudiated the opinions and intentions which the Ohio committee had gratuitously imputed to him, but he assumed the full responsibility for the exercise of the enormous powers which he believed the Constitution, under the circumstances, conferred upon him. You ask, in substance, whether I really claim that I may override all the guaranteed rights of individuals on the plea of conserving the public safety, when I may choose to say the public safety requires it. This question, divested of the phraseology calculated to represent me as struggling for an arbitrary personal prerogative, is either simply a question who shall decide, or an affirmation that nobody shall decide what the public safety does require in cases of rebellion or invasion. The Constitution contemplates the question as likely to occur for decision, but it does not expressly declare who is to decide it. By necessary implication, when rebellion or invasion comes, the decision is to be made from time to time. And I think the man whom for the time the people have, under the Constitution, made the commander-in-chief of their army and navy is the man who holds the power and bears the responsibility of making it. If he uses the power justly, the same people will probably justify him. If he abuses it, he is in their hands to be dealt with by all the modes they have reserved to themselves in the Constitution. He disclaimed in courteous language any purpose of insult to Ohio in Mr. Vallandigham's case, and referring to the peremptory request of the committee that Vallandigham should be released from his sentence, and to the further claim of the committee that the Democracy of Ohio are loyal to the Union, he proposed on what he considered very easy conditions to comply with their request. He offered them the following propositions. 1. That there is now a rebellion in the United States, the object and tendency of which is to destroy the national union, and that in your opinion an army and navy are constitutional means for suppressing that rebellion. 2. That no one of you will do anything which in his own judgment will tend to hinder the increase or favor the decrease or lessen the efficiency of the Army and Navy while engaged in the effort to suppress that rebellion. And 3, that each of you will, in his sphere, do all he can to have the officers, soldiers, and seamen of the Army and Navy, while engaged in the effort to suppress the rebellion, paid, fed, clad, and otherwise well provided for and supported. If the committee, or a majority of them, would write their names upon the back of the President's letter, thus committing themselves to these propositions and to nothing else, he would then publish the letter and the names, which publication would be within itself a revocation of Vallandigham's sentence. This would leave Mr. Vallandigham himself absolutely unpledged. The President's object being to gain for the cause of the Union so large a moral reinforcement from this clear definition of the attitude of the other gentlemen as to compensate for any damage that Mr. Vallandigham could possibly do on his return. The President concluded this letter with the same frankness that he used in that to Albany. Still, he said, in regard to Mr. Vallandigham and all others, I must hereafter, as heretofore, do so much as the public service may seem to require. This overture of the President was promptly rejected by the committee. They treated it as an evasion of the questions involved in the case, and as implying not only an imputation upon their own sincerity and fidelity as citizens of the United States, but also as a concession of the legality of Mr. Vallandigham's arrest and banishment. Evidently nothing could come from negotiations between parties whose points of view were so far apart as those of the President and the Democratic leaders in New York and Ohio. The case must be resolved by the people of the State, whose sovereignty, it was said, had been violated, and the issue was made in the clearest possible manner by the nomination of Mr. Vallandigham for governor of Ohio. The convention which nominated him determined to leave no doubt of their position, not only denouncing the action of General Burnside and the President, but expressing their deep humiliation and regret at the failure of Governor Todd of Ohio to protect the citizens of the State in the enjoyment and exercise of their constitutional rights. The Union party, meeting at Columbus, nominated for governor John Brew, a war Democrat, and adopted a brief platform of unqualified devotion to the Union in favor of a most vigorous prosecution of the war and the laying aside of personal preferences and prejudices, and pledging hearty support to the President. Upon this issue, clearly announced and unflinchingly adhered to, the canvass proceeded to its close. Before it ended, Mr. Vallandigham himself intervened once more, not in person, indeed, but by letters from Canada. On entering the rebel lines, he had gone at once to Richmond, where he was kindly and courteously received by the Confederate authorities, although, both on his side and on theirs, the forms appropriate to the fiction that he was a prisoner of war were carefully observed. After a conference with the leading men of the Confederate government, he went southward and arrived on the 22nd of June at Bermuda in a vessel called the Lady Davis, which had run the blockade at Wilmington. He made only a brief stay in Bermuda and then took passage for Halifax, Nova Scotia, where he arrived on the 5th of July. From the Canadian side of Niagara Falls, he issued an address to the people of Ohio, which began with this clever and striking exordium: "Arrested and confined for 3 weeks in the United States, a prisoner of state, banished thence to the Confederate States, and there held as an alien enemy and prisoner of war, though on parole, fairly and honorably dealt with, and given leave to depart, an act possible only by running the blockade at the hazard of being fired upon by ships flying the flag of my own country, I found myself first a free man when on British soil. And today, under protection of the British flag, I am here to enjoy and, in part, to exercise the privileges and rights which usurpers insolently deny me at home. 6 weeks ago, when just going into banishment because an audacious but most cowardly despotism caused it, I addressed you as a fellow citizen. Today, and from the very place then selected by me, but after wearisome and most perilous journeyings, for more than 4,000 miles by land and upon sea, still in exile, though almost within sight of my native state, I greet you as your representative." He thanked and congratulated the Democrats of Ohio upon the nominations they had made. He endorsed their platform, which he called elegant in style, admirable in sentiment. He claimed that his arrest was the issue before the country. The President, he said, accepts the issue. In time of war, there is but one will supreme, his will, but one law, military necessity, and he the sole judge. He was convinced that the war could never be prosecuted to a successful termination. He added, "If this civil war is to terminate only by the subjugation or submission of the Southern force in arms, the infant of today will not see the end of it. Traveling 1,000 miles or more through nearly one half of the Confederate States, and sojourning for a time at widely different points, I met not one man, woman, or child who was not resolved to perish rather than yield to the pressure of arms, even in the most desperate extremity." He announced, therefore, that he returned with his opinion in favor of peace, not only unchanged, but confirmed and strengthened. But nothing availed. Mr. Vallandigham was defeated by the unprecedented majority of 101,000 votes, 62,000 of which were cast in the State, and 39,000 by the soldiers in the field, to whom a State statute had given the privilege of voting. In view of this overwhelming defeat, Mr. Vallandigham thought it prudent to remain during the winter beyond the jurisdiction of the United States. He was in constant correspondence, however, with his associates and adherents, and demonstrations were made from time to time against the government for its treatment of him. On the 29th of February, 1864, Mr. Pendleton of Ohio offered a resolution in the House of Representatives that the arrest and banishment of Mr. Vallandigham were acts of mere arbitrary power in palpable violation of the Constitution and laws of the United States, which was rejected by a strict party vote, 47 Democrats voting in favor of it and 76 Union members voting against it, only 2 Democrats voting with the majority. Vallandigham's course in opposition to the war had been so exasperating to the Union sentiment of the country, his speeches had been so full of vehement malice, that even those who thought his original arrest an unjustifiable stretch of military power felt no sympathy with the object of it, and were inclined to acquiesce in the President's disposition of the case. The situation was not without a humorous element also, to which the American mind is always hospitable. The spectacle of this furious agitator, condemned by court-martial to a long imprisonment, and then handed over by the contemptuous mercy of the President to the care and keeping of his friends beyond the Union lines. His frantic protest that the Confederates were not his friends, but that he was their most formidable and dreaded enemy, the friendly receptions and attentions he met with in the South, and among the sympathizing British officials in the West Indies and the Northern provinces, his nomination by the Democratic Convention of his State, which was forced immediately to apply to the President to give them back their candidate, affected the popular mind as an event rather ridiculous than serious, and the constitutional question involved received probably less attention than it deserved. His letters from Canada aroused little or no sympathy, and when in June 1864 he returned to the United States, the President declined to take any notice of his presence. His dramatic reappearance came unexpectedly upon Mr. Lincoln, as his arrest had done. He had seriously thought of annulling the sentence of exile, but had been too much occupied with other matters to do it. When he heard of Vallandigham's arrival in the country, he wrote a joint letter to Governor Brew and General Hudson, who had succeeded Burnside in command of the department, directing them to consult together freely, watch Vallandigham and others closely, and upon discovering any palpable injury or imminent danger to the military proceeding from him, them or any of them, arrest all implicated. Otherwise, do not arrest without further order. Meanwhile, report the signs to me from time to time. But after writing the letter, he concluded not to send it. He said in conversation the only question to decide was whether he could afford to disregard the contempt of authority and breach of discipline shown in Vallandigham's action. Otherwise, it could not but result in benefit to the Union cause to have so violent and indiscreet a man go to Chicago as a firebrand to his own party. Fernando Wood had urged him to allow Vallandigham to return, saying that in that case there would be two Democratic candidates for the presidency. "These war Democrats," said Mr. Wood, "are scoundrelly hypocrites. They want to oppose you and favor the war at once, which is nonsense. There are but two sides in this fight, yours and mine, war and peace. You will succeed while the war lasts, I expect, but we shall succeed when the war is over. I intend to keep my record clear for the future." Emboldened by impunity, Vallandigham began at political meetings a new series of speeches more violent in tone than those which had caused his arrest. But as the effect of them was clearly beneficial to the Union cause, no means were taken to silence him. He defied the government and the army. He made vague threats that in case he was arrested, the persons and property of those instigating such a proceeding should be held as hostages. He was not molested, and in August was allowed to take a prominent part in the National Democratic Convention at Chicago, where he rendered valuable service to the Union party as chairman of the Committee on Resolutions and offered the motion that the nomination of General McClellan should be made unanimous. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 13, Part 1, The Defeat of the Peace Party at the Polls. The reverses sustained by the Union arms during the summer and autumn of 1862 had their direct effect in the field of politics. Every unsuccessful movement, and especially every defeat of the national forces, increased the strength and audacity of the opposition to the government and the war. There were, it is true, hundreds of thousands of Democratic soldiers in the ranks fighting to uphold the Union, and as a result of this, because men's sentiments are far more influenced by their actions than their actions are inspired by their sentiments, they were generally induced to take the Republican view of public affairs, and by degrees to unite themselves with the Republican Party. But they seemed to exert no influence whatever upon their friends and relations at home. The Democratic Party remained as solid in its organization, as powerful in its resistance to the government as ever. The great liberating measure of the President, the Proclamation of September, had its influence also in exasperating and consolidating the opposition. This act, which not only renders his name immortal, but glorifies the age in which he lived, contributed to the defeat of his party in some of the more important states of the Union. In the autumn of 1862, the Democrats carried New York, electing Horatio Seymour governor over that patriotic and accomplished gentleman, General James S. Wadsworth. The adjoining state of New Jersey was also carried by them. There were heavy losses of congressmen in the great states of Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana, and even in the president's own state of Illinois, the opposition inflicted upon him a peculiarly painful defeat, electing 9 of his opponents and only 4 of his friends. The Union sentiment was still sufficiently powerful throughout the North to elect an easy working majority in the House of Representatives, and the Republican predominance in the Senate was, of course, untouched. So that, so far as legislation was concerned, there was no danger that the government would be embarrassed by an opposition majority. But the losses it met with in the elections were none the less serious and discouraging. A war disapproved by a free people cannot long be carried on by the will of the government, and if the ratio of losses indicated by the elections of 1862 had continued another year, the permanency of the Republic would have been gravely compromised. But the intelligence of the American people gradually acknowledged the wisdom and accepted the leadership of the President and moved forward to the advanced platform upon which Mr. Lincoln had placed himself. The right of suffrage given by the state legislatures to the soldiers in the field reinforced the voting strength of the Republicans at home, and the ballot and the bullet worked harmoniously together. Nevertheless, in the autumn of 1862, Mr. Lincoln was exposed to the bitterest assaults and criticisms from every faction in the country. His conservative supporters reproached him with having yielded to the wishes of the radicals. The radicals denounced him for being hampered, if not corrupted, by the influence of the conservatives. On one side, he was assailed by a clamor for peace, on the other, by vehement and injurious demands for a more vigorous prosecution of the war. He stood unmoved by these attacks, converging upon him from every quarter, and rarely took the trouble to defend himself against them. Coming from every side, the pressure neutralized itself like that of the atmosphere. To one friend who assailed him with peculiar candor, he made a reply which may answer as a sufficient defense to all the radical attacks which were so rife at the time. I have just received and read your letter of the 20th. The purport of it is that we lost the late elections and the administration is failing because the war is unsuccessful, and that I must not flatter myself that I am not justly to blame for it. I certainly know that if the war fails, the administration fails, and that I will be blamed for it, whether I deserve it or not. And I ought to be blamed if I could do better. You think I could do better. Therefore, you blame me already. I think I could not do better. Therefore, I blame you for blaming me. I understand you now to be willing to accept the help of men who are not Republicans, provided that they have, quote, heart in it, unquote. Agreed. I want no others. But who is to be the judge of hearts, or of, quote, heart in it, unquote? If I must discard my own judgment and take yours, I must also take that of others. And by the time I should reject all I should be advised to reject, I should have none left, Republicans or others, not even yourself. For be assured, my dear sir, that there are men who have, quote, heart in it, unquote, that think you are performing your part as poorly as you think I am performing mine. I certainly have been dissatisfied with the slowness of Buell and McClellan, but before I relieved them, I had great fears I should not find successors to them who would do better. And I am sorry to add that I have seen little since to relieve those fears. I do not clearly see the prospect of any more rapid movements. I fear we shall at last find out that the difficulty is in our case rather than in particular generals. I wish to disparage no one, certainly not those who sympathize with me, but I must say I need success more than I need sympathy, and that I have not seen the so much greater evidence of getting success from my sympathizers than from those who are denounced as the contrary. It does seem to me that in the field the two classes have been very much alike in what they have done and what they have failed to do. In sealing their faith with their blood, Baker and Lyon and Bolin and Richardson, Republicans did all that men could do, but did they any more than Kearney and Stevens and Reno and Mansfield, none of whom were Republicans, and some, at least, of whom have been bitterly and repeatedly denounced to me as secession sympathizers? I will not perform the ungrateful task of comparing cases of failure. In answer to your question, has it not been publicly stated in the newspapers and apparently proved as a fact that from the commencement of the war, the enemy was continually supplied with information by some of the confidential subordinates of as important an officer as Adjutant General Thomas? I must say no, as far as my knowledge extends. And I add that if you can give any tangible evidence upon the subject, I will thank you to come to this city and do so. The movements for peace which were made at this period on both sides of the line were feeble and without result. Henry S. Foote of Tennessee introduced a resolution in the Confederate House of Representatives to the effect, quote, that the signal success with which divine providence has so continually blessed our arms for several months past would fully justify the Confederate government in dispatching a commissioner or commissioners to the government at Washington City, empowered to propose the terms of a just and honorable peace." Unquote. Hines Holt of Georgia offered as a substitute a resolution setting forth that the people of the Confederate States have been always anxious for peace, and that, quote, "whenever the government of the United States shall manifest a like anxiety, it should be the duty of the President of the Confederate States to appoint commissioners to treat upon the subject." Unquote. But both resolution and substitute were laid on the table by a large majority. In the Senate of the United States, Garrett Davis offered a resolution recommending to the states to choose delegates to a convention to be held at Louisville, Kentucky, to take into consideration the condition of the United States and the proper means for a restoration of the Union. This was laid upon the table. Mr. Vallandigham also offered resolutions for peace in the House of Representatives, but neither in the North nor in the South was there at that time a party sufficiently powerful to bring any measures for peace to the point of legislation, though on both sides there was a strong current of agitation for the termination of the war, which, being regarded and treated as treasonable, was easily held in check. From time to time there were unauthorized attempts of individuals, inspired by restlessness or a love of notoriety, to set on foot amateur negotiations for peace. One of the most active and persistent of the peace politicians of the North was Fernando Wood of New York. He held a unique position in his party. While strongly sympathizing with the secessionists and openly affiliating with them in public, he nevertheless tried to keep up a sort of furtive, confidential relation with the leading members of the government. He frequently visited the White House, the State Department, and the Treasury Department, but emulated the discretion of Nicodemus as to the hour of his visits. No rebuffs daunted him. He apparently cared nothing for the evident distrust with which his overtures were received. He kept them up as long as the war lasted, probably in the hope that the time might come for him to play a conspicuous and important part in the final negotiations for peace. He used every occasion to ingratiate himself with the President. He wrote congratulating him on the change in the War Department in the beginning of 1862, as indicating the President's, quote, "ability to govern, and also his executive power and will," unquote. Later in the same year, he wrote complaining that the radical abolitionists of New York represented him as hostile to the administration and as in sympathy with the states in rebellion against the government. He denied these charges and begged the President to, quote, "rely upon his support in his efforts to maintain the integrity of the Union," unquote. In September, after making a speech furiously denouncing the government for its arbitrary arrests, he wrote a confidential note to the President, making the usual explanation that he had been incorrectly reported. Quote, all I said applied to those arrests that had been made through error or misrepresentation, and exclusively as to the truly loyal. Unquote. In November, after a similar tirade, he wrote to Mr. Seward with a striking lack of originality, making the same plea of an incorrect report. I did not, he said, utter the treasonable sentiments reported. Having in this way, as he thought, established himself in the confidence of the President, he wrote him a letter on the 8th of December, 1862, pretending that he had reliable and truthful authority to say that the Southern States would send representatives to the next Congress, provided that a full and general amnesty should permit them to do so, no guarantee or terms being asked for other than the amnesty referred to. As an humble but loyal citizen, deeply impressed with the great necessity of restoring the union of these states, I ask your immediate attention to this subject. The magnitude of the interests at stake warrants some executive action predicated upon this information, if it be only to ascertain whether it be grounded upon even probable foundation. If it shall prove groundless, no harm shall have been done, provided the inquiry be made as it can be, without compromising the government or injury to the glorious cause in which it is now engaged. If, however, it shall prove well founded, there is no estimate too high to place upon its national value. The immediate object of his letter became evident in the following paragraph. Now, therefore, Mr. President, I suggest that gentlemen whose former social and political relations with the leaders of the Southern revolt may be allowed to hold unofficial correspondence with them on this subject, the correspondence to be submitted to you. It may be thus ascertained what, if any, credence may be given to these statements, and also whether a peaceful solution of the present struggle may not be attainable. The President answered on the 12th of December, referring to the first paragraph above quoted. He said, I strongly suspect your information will prove to be groundless. Nevertheless, I thank you for communicating it to me. Understanding the phrase in the paragraph above quoted, quote, the Southern States would send representatives to the next Congress, unquote, to be substantially the same as that, quote, the people of the Southern States would cease resistance and would re-inaugurate, submit to, and maintain the national authority within the limits of such states under the Constitution of the United States, unquote. I say that in such case the war would cease on the part of the United States, and that if, within a reasonable time, quote, a full and general amnesty, unquote, were necessary to such end, it would not be withheld. I do not think it would be proper now for me to communicate this formally or informally to the people of the Southern States. My belief is that they already know it, and when they choose, if ever, they can communicate with me unequivocally. Nor do I think it proper now to suspend military operations to try any experiment of negotiation. I should nevertheless receive with great pleasure the exact information you now have, and also such other as you may in any way obtain. Such information might be more valuable before the 1st of January than afterwards. These last words refer, of course, to the impending proclamation of emancipation. Between the date of Mr. Lincoln's letter and Mr. Wood's reply came the frightful carnage at Fredericksburg, which emboldened him to say that the President's reply had filled him with profound regret. Quote, "It declines what I had conceived to be an innocent effort to ascertain the foundation for the information in my possession of a desire in the South to return to the Union. It thus appears to be an indication on your part to continue a policy which, in my judgment, is not only unwise, but, in the opinion of many, is in conflict with the constitutional authority vested in the federal government." Unquote. He protested earnestly against this policy and felt encouraged to renew the suggestions of his letter of the 8th. Quote, "I feel that military operations so bloody and exhausting as ours must sooner or later be suspended. The day of suspension must come. The only question is whether it shall be before the whole American people, North and South, shall be involved in general ruin, or whether it shall be whilst there is remaining sufficient of the recuperative element of life by which to restore our once happy, prosperous, and peaceful American Union." Unquote. To this letter the President made no reply. Other volunteers from time to time tendered their services in the same field. Duff Green, a Virginia politician, wrote to the President from Richmond as early as the 20th of January, asking permission to visit Washington. He said that if he could see Mr. Lincoln and converse with him on the subject, he could do much to pave the way for an early termination of the war. Receiving no encouragement from Washington, he asked the same permission from Richmond, but this request came to nothing. In the summer of 1863, however, an effort for peace negotiations was made, which came with such high sanction and involved personages of such individual and political importance that it requires particular mention. About the middle of June, Alexander H. Stephens, Vice President of the Southern Confederacy, became convinced that the time was auspicious for initiating negotiations for peace. He thought he saw reasons for great encouragement in the attitude of the North. The great gains of the Democratic Party in the last autumnal elections, the pamphlet of Judge Benjamin R. Curtis attacking the measures of the administration, a public meeting in favor of peace held without disturbance in the city of New York, in which violent speeches were made by Fernando Wood and others, and the nomination for governor of Ohio of Vallandigham, are all mentioned by him as facts going to show that the people of the North were wearying of the war. On this insufficient evidence, he wrote to Jefferson Davis, proposing that he should go to Washington ostensibly to negotiate some questions involving the exchange of prisoners, but saying that he was not without hope that indirectly he could now turn attention to a general adjustment upon such basis as might ultimately be acceptable to both parties and stop the further effusion of blood in a contest so irrational, unchristian, and so inconsistent with all recognized American principles. He assured Mr. Davis that he entertained but one idea of the basis of final adjustment, the recognition of the sovereignty of the states and the right of each, in its sovereign capacity, to determine its own destiny. He did not believe the federal government was yet ripe for such acknowledgment, but he did believe that the time had come for a proper presentation of the question to the authorities at Washington. Quote, "While, therefore," he says, "a mission might be dispatched on a minor point, the greater one could possibly, with prudence, discretion, and skill, be opened to view and brought in discussion in a way that would lead eventually to successful results. This would depend upon many circumstances," unquote. He adds complacently, quote, "but no little upon the character and efficiency of the agent. So feeling, I have been prompted to address you these lines," unquote. Upon the receipt of this letter, Mr. Davis sent a telegram requesting his vice president to go immediately to Richmond. He arrived there on the 22nd of June, but in the 10 days which had elapsed since his letter was written, he found that changes of the utmost importance had taken place in the military situation. On the one hand, the Confederate authorities had despaired of the condition of Pemberton at Vicksburg, and expected that any day might bring them tidings of his surrender. But on the other hand, they were anticipating, with sanguine enthusiasm, the most magnificent results from Lee's invasion of Pennsylvania. Mr. Stevens, in the work which he wrote at his leisure after the war was ended, represents that in these changed conditions he was inclined to give up his mission, thinking that no good could result from it, as the movement of Lee into Pennsylvania would greatly excite the war spirit and strengthen the war party, a view of the case in which Mr. Davis positively declined to agree. He thought Mr. Lincoln would be more likely to receive a commissioner for peace if General Lee's army was actually threatening Washington than if it was lying quietly south of the Rappahannock. The Confederate cabinet being called together, they agreed with Mr. Davis. They thought the federal government might be best approached while under the threat of the guns of Lee, and before they should receive fresh hope and encouragement from the surrender of Pemberton, which was now considered inevitable. An arrangement was made for Stephens to proceed by land on the route taken by Lee's army and to communicate with the Washington authorities from his headquarters. But excessive rains and the badness of the roads caused a change of route, and the invalid vice president was therefore saved a most distressing journey, from which he would have come, quote, "bootless home and weather-beaten back," unquote. Mr. Mallory, the Secretary of the Confederate Navy, gave him a small steamer, and, accompanied by Robert Ould as his secretary, he steamed away to Fort Monroe. In any case, his mission would probably have been fruitless, but he states only the truth when he claims that he arrived at an unlucky moment. He communicated with Admiral Lee in Hampton Roads on the 4th of July, just after Lee's march to the north had ended in disastrous failure at Gettysburg. He sent the admiral a letter stating that he was, quote, bearer of a communication in writing from Jefferson Davis, Commander-in-Chief of the Land and Naval Forces of the Confederate States, to Abraham Lincoln, Commander-in-Chief of the Land and Naval Forces of the United States, unquote, and that he desired to proceed directly to Washington in his own steamer, the Torpedo. The titles by which Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Davis were designated in this note had been the subject of anxious consultation in Richmond. Stephen's commission from the Confederate President gave Mr. Lincoln the title above quoted to avoid the necessity of claiming the style of President for Mr. Davis, but in case Mr. Lincoln should stand upon his dignity and refuse the letter addressed to him as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, Mr. Davis had prepared for Mr. Stephens a duplicate letter addressed to Mr. Lincoln as President and signed by Mr. Davis in the same style. If to this letter objections were made on the ground that Mr. Davis was not recognized to be President of the Confederacy, Mr. Stephens' mission was then to be at an end, quote, as such conference, unquote, Mr. Davis said, quote, is admissible only on a footing of perfect equality, unquote. But all this care, foresight, and punctilio went for nothing. As soon as Mr. Lincoln received the telegram in which Admiral Lee announced to the Secretary of the Navy the arrival of Mr. Stephens, he immediately wrote on the back of the dispatch a note to be sent by Mr. Welles to Admiral Lee, in which, without paying any attention whatever to the style of Mr. Stephens' application, he went directly to the heart of the matter. This draft of an order ran as follows: You will not permit Mr. Stephens to proceed to Washington or to pass the blockade. He does not make known the subjects to which the communication in writing from Mr. Davis relates, which he bears and seeks to deliver in person to the President, and upon which he desires to confer. Those subjects can only be military, or not military, or partly both. Whatever may be military will be readily received if offered through the well-understood military channel. Of course, nothing else will be received by the President when offered, as in this case, in terms assuming the independence of the so-called Confederate States, and anything will be received and carefully considered by him when offered by any influential person or persons in terms not assuming the independence of the so-called Confederate States. This note he afterwards evidently considered as entering too much into detail, and he therefore caused the Secretary of the Navy to send this brief reply to Admiral Lee. The request of A. H. Stephens is inadmissible. The customary agents and channels are adequate for all needful communication and conference between the United States forces and the insurgents. Mr. Stephens, when he came afterwards to relate the history of this abortive mission, frankly admitted that his ulterior purpose was not so much to act upon Mr. Lincoln and the then ruling authorities at Washington, as through them, when the correspondence should be published, upon the great mass of the people in the Northern States, who were becoming, he thought, so sensitively alive to the great danger of their own liberties. He wanted, he said, quote, to deeply impress the growing constitutional party at the North with a full realization of the true nature and ultimate tendencies of the war, unquote, to show them, quote, that the surest way to maintain their liberties was to allow us the separate enjoyment of ours. Though this hope was baffled by the rebuff which Mr. Stephens received at Fort Monroe, which prevented him from laying before his sympathizing Northern friends his view of their endangered liberties and the best means of preserving them, it may be doubted whether the partisans of peace at the North lost anything by this incident. Certainly, throughout the whole summer of 1863, they fought their losing battle with a courage and a determination equal to that which their sympathizers were displaying in the South. But the very energy and malice with which they carried on the contest roused the loyal people of the North to still greater efforts and increased the dimensions of their ultimate triumph. The election in New Hampshire, the first which took place in the spring of 1863, while it brought victory to the Republicans, still gave painful evidence of the bitter hostility of the Democratic party to the prosecution of the war. Senator Daniel Clark, writing to Mr. Lincoln, said, "Scarcely a Democrat supported the administration. Almost every one who had heretofore avowed himself for the Union and the country turned in for peace and party. Yet we have beaten them. They have retired from the field. The two houses in convention will choose a Republican governor, and Frank Pierce in retirement will not have beaten Abraham Lincoln in office," unquote. There were, after this, during the summer and early autumn, moments of depression and discouragement in which it seemed that the malignant energy displayed by the opposition could not be without disastrous effect, and as the day of election drew near in the quote, October States, unquote, both sides felt justified in renewing their utmost efforts. In Pennsylvania, the contest presented features of special interest. Andrew G. Curtin, who, as governor of the state, had given not only efficient but enthusiastic support to the war, was opposed by Judge George W. Woodward, who, as one of the Democratic justices of the Supreme Court of the state, had just aimed a blow at the prosecution of the war, which would have been fatal if followed up and sustained by other courts. He had declared the enrollment law unconstitutional, and upon the record thus made, had been nominated for governor. The friends of Mr. Curtin relied on the war spirit to carry their candidate through, and towards the close of the campaign they claimed, most injudiciously, that General McClellan, whose popularity was still great among the Democrats of Pennsylvania, was in favor of the election of Curtin, with whom he had always sustained friendly personal relations. Just on the eve of election, this matter came to the attention of McClellan. Desiring to keep his political standing with his party intact, he sought an interview with Judge Woodward, and published a letter declaring that, quote, having had a full conversation with the judge, he found that their views agreed, and that he regarded his election as governor of Pennsylvania called for by the interests of the nation. But even this dilatory reinforcement of the peace party was not enough to save their canvass. The Republicans of the state were as thoroughly alive to the emergency as their opponents, and the vote polled was greater by many thousands than had ever been cast before. Governor Curtin was reelected by a majority of over 15,000, and Chief Justice Lowry, who with Woodward had aimed from the bench the most mischievous blow ever dealt at the enrollment bill, was defeated for re-election by Daniel Agnew, and the court, thus reconstituted, reversed its previous judgment. In Ohio, the contest was marked with equal bitterness and enthusiasm. The Democrats, working against hope, but with undaunted persistency for their banished candidate Vallandigham, were buried under the portentous majority of 100,000 votes. This overwhelming triumph of the Union Party in the October states made success certain in the general election of the next month. The tide had turned, and the current now swept steadily onward in one way. The state of New York, which had been shaken to its center by the frightful crimes and excitement incident to the draft riots, now witnessed a great popular political reaction, and reversing the majority of 10,000 given to Seymour in 1862, the Republican state ticket was elected by 30,000, and the legislature also passed into the hands of the Unionists. The success of the year, which, as it involved the most important practical results, was dearest to the heart of the President, was that attained in Maryland. The second passage of rebel armies over her territory seemed at last to have purged the secession sentiment from that state, and 4 Unionists out of her 5 districts were elected to Congress, and an emancipation state ticket was carried by 20,000 majority. Throughout the West, the Union sentiment asserted itself with irresistible strength. An attempt marked with singular boldness and energy had been made during the year by the leaders of the peace party to gain control of the great states of the Northwest, which for a time seemed to them so promising that the rebel emissaries in Canada, being informed of it, gave encouragement to their principals in Richmond to hope for the formation of a Northwestern Confederacy in opposition to the national government. Meetings were continually held, secret societies were everywhere active, and every effort was made in public and in private to form a basis of organized hostility against the government. The details of this important and dangerous movement are not worth recording. Its culmination may be regarded as having taken place at Springfield, Illinois, on the 17th of June. A mass meeting, enormous in numbers and wild with enthusiasm, under the presidency of Senator Richardson, listened during all a summer's day to the most furious and vehement oratory, and at last passed resolutions demanding nothing less than submission to the South. They resolved, quote, that a further offensive prosecution of this war tends to subvert the Constitution and the government, and entails upon this nation all the disastrous consequences of misrule and anarchy, unquote. That they were, quote, in favor of peace upon a basis of restoration of the Union, unquote, for the accomplishment of which they proposed, quote, a national convention to settle upon terms of peace, which should have in view the restoration of the Union as it was, and the securing, by constitutional amendment, of such rights of the several States and people thereof as honor and justice demand, unquote. This bold challenge was accepted by the Republicans with equal determination and superior means. The guns of Vicksburg and of Gettysburg might have been regarded as sufficient answer to the resolutions of the Springfield mass meeting, but the Copperheads of that state only clamored the louder for peace after these great victories, and the political canvass went on with tenfold vehemence in the tacit truce of arms that followed the battles of July. The Republicans prepared for the beginning of September the greatest mass meeting of the campaign, and to give especial significance to the occasion, it was to take place at the home of Lincoln, on the very spot where defiant treason had trumpeted to the world his challenge in June. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 13, Part 2. It was the ardent wish of the Illinois Republicans that Mr. Lincoln might be with them on this important day. James C. Conkling, chairman of the Committee of Arrangements, wrote urging him to come in person. He said, "There is a bad element in this state as well as others, and every public demonstration in view of law and order and constitutional government will have a favorable influence. The importance of our meeting, therefore, at the capital of a state which has sent so many soldiers into the army, and which exercises such a controlling power in the West, cannot be overestimated." For the moment, the President cherished the hope of going to Springfield, and once more in his life renewing the sensation, so dear to politicians, of personal contact with great and enthusiastic masses, and of making one more speech to shouting thousands of his fellow citizens. The temptation, however, only lasted for a moment, and instead of going, he wrote a letter, which was read amid the hushed attention of an immense auditory, and passed in a moment into a small number of American political classics. The meeting was an extraordinary one in numbers and in hot, tumultuous feeling. It was addressed by the greatest orators of the Republican party. Speaking went on continuously at many stands from morning till twilight. The speeches were marked by the most advanced and unflinching Republican doctrine, the proclamation of emancipation, the arming of Negroes, received universal adhesion, and, of course, every reference to Mr. Lincoln's name was received with thunders of applause. But with all these features of the highest interest and importance, the meeting can only live in the memories of men on the occasion of the letter which Mr. Lincoln wrote to its chairman. He said: "Your letter inviting me to attend a mass meeting of unconditional Union men to be held at the capital of Illinois on the 3rd day of September has been received. It would be very agreeable to me to thus meet my old friends at my own home, but I cannot just now be absent from here so long as a visit there would require. The meeting is to be of all those who maintain unconditional devotion to the Union, and I am sure my old political friends will thank me for tendering, as I do, the nation's gratitude to those other noble men whom no partisan malice or partisan hope can make false to the nation's life. There are those who are dissatisfied with me. To such I would say, you desire peace, and you blame me that we do not have it. But how can we attain it? There are but three conceivable ways. First, to suppress the rebellion by force of arms. This I am trying to do. Are you for it? If you are, so far we are agreed. If you are not for it, a second way is to give up the Union. I am against this. Are you for it? If you are, you should say so plainly. If you are not for force, nor yet for dissolution, there only remains some imaginable compromise. I do not believe any compromise embracing the maintenance of the Union is now possible. All I learn leads to a directly opposite belief. The strength of the rebellion is its military, its army. That army dominates all the country and all the people within its range. Any offer of terms made by any man or men within that range in opposition to that army is simply nothing for the present, because such man or men have no power whatever to enforce their side of a compromise if one were made with them. To illustrate, suppose refugees from the South and peace of the North get together in convention and frame and proclaim a compromise embracing a restoration of the Union. In what way can that compromise be used to keep Lee's army out of Pennsylvania? Meade's army can keep Lee's army out of Pennsylvania, and I think can ultimately drive it out of existence. But no paper compromise to which the controllers of Lee's army are not agreed can at all affect that army. In an effort at such compromise, we should waste time which the enemy would improve to our disadvantage, and that would be all. A compromise, to be effective, must be made either with those who control the rebel army or with the people first liberated from the domination of that army by the success of our own army. Now, allow me to assure you that no word or intimation from that rebel army or from any of the men controlling it in relation to any peace compromise has ever come to my knowledge or belief. All charges and insinuations to the contrary are deceptive and groundless, and I promise you that if any such proposition shall hereafter come, it shall not be rejected and kept a secret from you. I freely acknowledge myself the servant of the people according to the bond of service. the United States Constitution, and that, as such, I am responsible to them. But to be plain, you are dissatisfied with me about the Negro. Quite likely there is a difference of opinion between you and myself upon that subject. I certainly wish that all men could be free, while I suppose you do not. Yet I have neither adopted nor proposed any measure which is not consistent with even your view, provided you are for the Union. I suggested compensated emancipation, to which you replied you wished not to be taxed to buy Negroes. But I had not asked you to be taxed to buy Negroes, except in such way as to save you from greater taxation, to save the Union exclusively by other means. You dislike the Emancipation Proclamation, and perhaps would have it retracted. You say it is unconstitutional. I think differently. I think the Constitution invests its commander-in-chief with the law of war in time of war. The most that can be said, if so much, is that slaves are property. Has there ever been any question that by the law of war, property, both of enemies and friends, may be taken when needed? And is it not needed whenever taken? Taking it helps us hurt the enemy. Armies the world over destroy enemies' property when they cannot use it, and even destroy their own to keep it from the enemy. Civilized belligerents do all in their power to help themselves or hurt the enemy, except a few things regarded as barbarous or cruel. Among the exceptions are the massacre of vanished foes and non-combatants, male and female. But the proclamation as law either is valid or is not valid. If it is not valid, it needs no retraction. If it is valid, it cannot be retracted, any more than the dead can be brought to life. Some of you profess to think its retraction would operate favorably for the Union. Why better after the retraction than before the issue? There was more than a year and a half of trial to suppress the rebellion before the proclamation issued, the last 100 days of which passed under an explicit notice that it was coming, unless averted by those in revolt returning to their allegiance. The war has certainly progressed as favorably for us since the issue of the proclamation as before. I know, as fully as one can know, the opinions of others, that some of the commanders of our armies in the field who have given us our most important successes believe the emancipation policy and the use of colored troops constitute the heaviest blow yet dealt the rebellion, and that at least one of these important successes could not have been achieved when it was but for the aid of black soldiers. Among the commanders holding these views are some who have never had an affinity with what is called abolitionism or with Republican Party politics, but who hold them purely as military opinions. I submit these opinions as being entitled to some weight against the objections often urged that emancipation and arming the blacks are unwise as military measures and were not adopted as such in good faith. You say you will not fight to free Negroes. Some of them seem willing to fight for you, but no matter. Fight you, then, exclusively to save the Union. I issued the proclamation on purpose to aid you in saving the Union. Whenever you shall have conquered all resistance to the Union, if I shall urge you to continue fighting, it will be an apt time then for you to declare you will not fight to free Negroes. I thought that in your struggle for the Union, to whatever extent the Negroes should cease helping the enemy, to that extent it weakened the enemy in his resistance to you. Do you think differently? I thought that whatever Negroes can be got to do as soldiers leaves just so much less for white soldiers to do in saving the Union. Does it appear otherwise to you? But Negroes, like other people, act upon motives. Why should they do anything for us if we will do nothing for them? If they stake their lives for us, they must be prompted by the strongest motive, even the promise of freedom. And the promise being made must be kept. The signs look better. The Father of waters again goes unvexed to the sea, thanks to the great Northwest for it. Nor yet wholly to them. 300 miles up they met New England, Empire, Keystone, and Jersey, hewing their way right and left. The sunny South, too, in more colors than one, also lent a hand. On the spot, their part of the history was jotted down in black and white. The job was a great national one, and let none be banned who bore an honorable part in it. And while those who have cleared the great river may well be proud, even that is not all. It is hard to say anything has been more bravely and well done than at Antietam, Murfreesboro, Gettysburg, and on many fields of lesser note. Nor must Uncle Sam's web feet be forgotten. At all the watery margins they have been present, not only on the deep sea, the broad bay, and the rapid river, but also up the narrow, muddy bayou, and wherever the ground was a little damp, they have been and made their tracks. Thanks to all. For the great republic, for the principle it lives by and keeps alive, for man's vast future. Thanks to all. Peace does not appear so distant as it did. I hope it will come, and come to stay, and so come as to be worth the keeping in all future time. It will then have been proved that among free men there can be no successful appeal from the ballot to the bullet, and that they who take such appeal are sure to lose their case and pay the cost. And then there will be some black men who can remember that with silent tongue and clenched teeth and steady eye and well-poised bayonet they helped mankind on to this great consummation. While I fear that there will be some white ones unable to forget that with malignant heart and deceitful speech they strove to hinder it. Still, let us not be overly sanguine of a speedy, final triumph. Let us be quite sober. Let us diligently apply the means, never doubting that a just God, in his good time, will give us the rightful result. Among all the state papers of Mr. Lincoln, from his nomination to his death, this letter is unique. It may be called his last stump speech, the only one made during his presidency. We find in it all the qualities that made him, in Illinois, the incomparable political leader of his party for a generation. There is the same close, unerring logic, the same innate perception of political conduct, the same wit and sarcasm, the same touch of picturesque eloquence which abounded in his earlier and more careless oratory, but all wonderfully heightened, strengthened, and chastened by a sense of immense responsibility. In this letter, which the chairman took only 10 minutes to read, he said more than all orators at all the stands. It was, like most of his speeches, addressed principally to his opponents, and in this short space he appealed successively to their reason, to their sympathies, and to their fears, by a succession of unanswerable syllogisms. He showed them how untenable was their position. He appealed to their generosity, to their sense of duty, to their patriotism, even to their love of glory, and in the end he held out to them with dignified austerity the prospect of shame and self-reproach which lay before them if they continued their hostility to the sacred cause of humanity and nationality. The style of this letter is as remarkable as its matter. Each sentence, like a trained athlete, is divested of every superfluous word and syllable, yet nowhere is there a word lacking any more than a word too much. Modest as he was, he knew the value of his own work, and when a friend called to ask him if he was going to Springfield, he replied, "No, I shall send them a letter instead, and it will be a rather good letter." Footnote: nothing he ever uttered had a more instantaneous success. Mr. Sumner immediately wrote to him, quote, "Thanks for your true and noble letter. It is a historical document. The case is admirably stated, so that all but the wicked must confess its force. It cannot be answered." Unquote. Henry Wilson wrote him, quote, "God Almighty bless you for your noble, patriotic, and Christian letter. It will be on the lips and in the hearts of hundreds of thousands this day." Among the letters which the President most appreciated was one from the venerable Josiah Quincy, then 91 years of age, who wrote, quote, "Old age has its privileges, which I hope this letter will not exceed, but I cannot refrain from expressing to you my gratification and my gratitude for your letter to the Illinois Convention. Happy, timely, conclusive, and effective. What you say concerning the emancipation, your proclamation, and your course of proceeding in relation to it was due to truth and to your own character, shamefully assailed as it has been. The development is an imperishable monument of wisdom and virtue." Unquote. After discussing the question of emancipation, he continued, quote, "I write under the impression that the victory of the United States in this war is inevitable. Compromise is impossible. Peace on any other basis would be the establishment of two nations, each hating the other, both military, both necessarily warlike, their territories interlocked with a tendency of never-ceasing hostility. Can we leave to posterity a more cruel inheritance, or one more hopeless of happiness and prosperity?" Unquote. Mr. Lincoln answered this letter in a tone expressive of his reverence for the age and illustrious character of the writer. End of footnote. The Springfield Convention, taking up the gauntlet thrown down by the disloyal mass meeting of June, resolved, quote, that we will lay aside all party questions and forget all party prejudices and devote ourselves unreservedly to the support of our government until the rebellion shall be finally and forever crushed, unquote. They resolve that whatever else may die, the Union shall live to perpetuate civil liberty. Whatever else may perish, the government shall survive in all its constitutional integrity. Whatever else may be destroyed, the nation shall be preserved in its territorial unity. And to this end, we pledge anew our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor, unquote. In this spirit, the campaign was fought through to its victorious close, and on the night of the 3rd of November, the President, sitting in the War Department, had the pleasure of learning from all the clicking wires about him that the cause of nationality and freedom was triumphant from one end of the Union to the other, that the people had come up fully abreast of him on the question of emancipation, and that the nation was now substantially united in the resolute purpose to prosecute the war to its legitimate conclusion. These victories at the polls made sure the good results of the summer of battles. The administration felt itself confirmed anew and strengthened for the work before it. To those members of the administration who had formerly acted with the Democratic Party, there was a certain sense of humiliation and disappointment. Mr. Stanton said, quote, the disheartening thing in the affair was that there seemed to be no patriotic principle left in the Democratic Party, the whole organization voting solidly against the country. Mr. Seward, on the contrary, came back from Auburn, where he had gone home to vote, in high content. He considered the political attitude of New York absolutely safe in the present and future. He thought, quote, the crowd that follows power had come over to the Republicans. The Democrats had lost their leaders when Toombs and Davis and Breckinridge forsook them and went south. The inferior Northern Democrats who succeeded to the leadership had proved their incompetency. The best and most energetic portion of the rank and file of the party were now voting shoulder to shoulder with the Republicans. No party, unquote, he said, quote, can survive an opposition to war. The Revolutionary heroes were political oracles till 1812, and afterwards the soldiers of the late war succeeded to their honors. But we are hereafter a nation of soldiers. These people will be trying to forget years hence that they ever opposed this war. I had to carry affidavits to prove I had nothing to do with the Hartford Convention. Now the party that gained eminence by the folly of the Federalists in opposing the war have the chalice commended to their own lips. I told the Democratic leaders, he said, with his habitual subacid good nature, quote, how they might have saved themselves and carried the next presidential election by being more loyal and earnest in support of the administration than the Republican Party. The Lord knows that would not have been hard, unquote. Although in this memorable contest the Republicans presented a united front to the common enemy, within their own organization there were those bitter differences of opinion which always arise among men of strong convictions. The President's anteroom was thronged with earnest men who desired to warn him in person against the machinations of other men equally earnest, and his mail was encumbered by letters from every part of the country and every shade of faction, filled with similar denunciations and warnings. The pure and able Senator Dixon of Connecticut wrote, quote, "The heresies of Sumner are doing immense harm in a variety of ways. If his doctrine prevails, this country will be ruined. I do hope you and Mr. Seward will stand firm." Unquote. From the other wing of the party came the most passionate denunciations of Seward and those who were associated with him in the popular mind. And after the election of Senator Zachariah Chandler of Michigan, one of the most powerful of the Republicans who had by this time assumed to themselves the title of radicals, having seen in the newspapers a paragraph that Mr. Thurlow Weed and Governor Morgan had been in consultation with the President in regard to his message, wrote a vehement letter to the President telling him there was a, quote, patriotic organization in all the free and border states, containing today over 1 million of voters, every man of whom is your friend upon the radical measures of your administration. But there is not a Seward, Weed, or Blair man among them all. How are these men to be of service to you in any way? They are a millstone around your neck. You drop them and they are politically ended forever. Conservatives and traitors are buried together. For God's sake, don't exhume their remains in your message. They will smell worse than Lazarus did after he had been buried 3 days. Unquote. There was no man slower than Mr. Lincoln to take personal offense at even the most indiscreet advice or censure. But he answered this letter of Mr. Chandler in a tone of unusual dignity and severity. Quote, "I have seen Governor Morgan and Thurlow Weed separately, but not together, within the last 10 days. But neither of them mentioned the forthcoming message or said anything, so far as I can remember, which brought the thought of the message to my mind. I am very glad the elections this autumn have gone favorably, and that I have not, by native depravity or under evil influences, done anything bad enough to prevent the good result. I hope to stand firm enough to not go backward, and yet not go forward fast enough to wreck the country's cause." Unquote. In the month of October, Mr. Hood, the postmaster of Chattanooga, wrote to the President a letter setting forth the particulars of a scheme which Emerson Etheridge, clerk of the House of Representatives, had entered into to give control of the next House to the opposition. Etheridge was a member of Congress from Tennessee before the war, and his sincere attachment to the Union in the face of much obloquy and persecution at home had endeared him to the Republicans in Congress and caused him to be given the post of Clerk of the House. But in the course of 2 years of war, he had become separated from his former political affiliations, and now sympathized with the opposition. Mr. Hood, who wrote apparently with great regret as a personal friend of Etheridge, claimed to have become aware of Etheridge's intention to leave off the rolls of the House the names of all members whose certificates did not bear on their face the statement that they had been elected, quote, according to the laws of the state or of the United States, unquote. He based this action upon the provisions of a law which had been hurriedly passed during the last day of the 37th Congress. At the same time, it was understood that he had intimated to the Democratic members what his action would be, so as to allow them to provide themselves with certificates in the form required. The President, on the receipt of this news, put himself confidentially in communication with leading Republicans in all the loyal states, requesting them, without publicity, to have prepared duplicate certificates meeting the objection which it was thought Etheridge would raise to the ordinary ones. This was, in most cases, attended to, but not in all, so that when the members began to arrive in Washington a few days before the day fixed for the opening of Congress, a general impression of the contemplated action of Etheridge had transpired, and there was some uneasiness in regard to the issue. The President had done what he could to meet the legal requirements of the case, but that having been done, he was not inclined to rely exclusively upon moral force. In view of the threatened outrage, he sent for some of the leading congressmen and told them the main thing was to be sure that all Union members should be present. Then, if Mr. Etheridge undertakes revolutionary proceedings, let him be carried out on a chip, and let our men organize the House, unquote. This practical solution of the trouble had occurred to others, and the Reverend Owen Lovejoy, disregarding for a moment the etiquette of his sacred calling, announced that he was quite ready himself to take charge of Etheridge, and was confident of his muscular superiority to the Tennessean. There was not so much uncertainty in regard to the issue as to prevent an animated contest among the Republicans for the caucus nomination for the speakership. The prominent candidates were Schuyler Colfax of Indiana and Elihu B. Washburn of Illinois. Samuel S. Cox of Ohio was the principal candidate for the barren honor of the caucus nomination among the Democrats, though for some time before the meeting of Congress there was a good deal of not very practical talk in regard to the nomination of General Frank P. Blair of Missouri as a compromise candidate to be supported by the Democrats and by a few of the so-called conservative Republicans. General Blair, while one of the earliest and ablest Republicans of the border states, who had distinguished himself equally in politics and in the field in the cause of freedom and of progress, had, through the vehemence of the factional fight which had so long been raging in Missouri, been gradually forced, partly by the denunciations of his enemies and partly by his own combative instincts, into an attitude almost of hostility to the Republican Party of the nation. Mr. Lincoln saw this with great regret. He had a high personal regard for Blair and deplored the predicament into which his passionate temper and the assaults of his enemies were gradually crowding him. In the autumn of 1863, the Postmaster General, in conversation with the President, said that his brother Frank would be guided by the President's wishes as to whether he should continue with his command in the field or take the seat in Congress, to which he had been elected from Missouri. The President answered in a letter dated 2nd of November, saying, "Some days ago I understood you to say that your brother, General Frank Blair, desires to be guided by my wishes as to whether he will occupy his seat in Congress or remain in the field. My wish, then, is compounded of what I believe will be best for the country and best for him. It is that he will come here, put his military commission in my hands, take his seat, go into caucus with our friends, abide the nominations, help elect the nominees, and thus aid to organize the House of Representatives, which will really support the government in the war. If the result shall be the election of himself as Speaker, let him serve in that position. If not, let him retake his commission and return to the army. For the country, this will heal a dangerous schism. For him, it will relieve from a dangerous position. By a misunderstanding, as I think, he is in danger of being permanently separated from those with whom only he can ever have a real sympathy, the sincere opponents of slavery. It will be a mistake if he shall allow the provocations offered him by insincere time-servers to drive him out of the house of his own building. He is young yet. He has abundant talent, quite enough to occupy all his time without devoting any to temper. He is rising in military skill and usefulness. His recent appointment to the command of a corps by one so competent to judge as General Sherman proves this. In that line, he can serve both the country and himself more profitably than he could as a member of Congress on the floor. The foregoing is what I would say if Frank Blair were my brother instead of yours." In pursuance of this letter, Blair came to Washington, though before Congress assembled, his candidacy for the speakership had passed out of sight. He took his seat, served for some months, and went back to the army in command of a corps, as the President had promised. This relinquishment of and restoration to a high command in the army occasioned much feeling and a violent attack upon the President on the part of the radical Republicans, which continued even after he had submitted in a message to Congress the entire correspondence, which reflected nothing but credit upon all parties. The canvass for Speaker closed on Saturday night, the 5th of December, Washburne withdrawing from the field and Colfax being nominated by acclamation. All the next day there was great excitement at the hotels frequented by politicians in regard to Etheridge's proposed course of action, which was now no longer a secret to anyone. The comments he had everywhere heard upon his conduct had its effect upon his nerves, and he began to talk in a complaining and apologetic tone, saying he was simply obeying the law and there was no reason why Republicans should regard him vindictively. The next day, when the House opened, while he did not flinch from the position he had occupied, he did nothing arbitrary or revolutionary. He left off the roll the names of all those members whose certificates were not, in his opinion, in due form, but readily entertained a motion to restore them. This met with a hot protest from some of the pro-slavery members, but a vote was taken showing a majority of 20 for the government. Mr. Washburne nominated Mr. Colfax, and he was elected by the same majority in a total vote of 181, the Democratic vote being scattered among many members, Mr. Cox receiving more than any other. As soon as Congress came together, Fernando Wood renewed his furtive overtures with the government for the appointment of peace commissioners from what he called his wing of the Democratic Party, making no secret of his belief that he himself was the most appropriate choice which could be made for such a function. He urged the President to publish some sort of amnesty for the Northern sympathizers with the rebellion, which would include Mr. Vallandigham and permit him to return to the country. He promised that in that case there should be 2 Democratic candidates in the field at the next presidential election. The President declined his proposition, but he would not take no for an answer. He called again on the morning of the 14th of December, and the President refused to see him, merely sending word by a servant that he had nothing further to say to him. Later that day, Mr. Wood offered, in the House of Representatives, a resolution requesting the President to appoint commissioners, quote, to open negotiations with the authorities of Richmond to the end that this bloody, destructive, and inhuman war shall cease, and the Union be restored upon terms of equity, fraternity, and equality under the Constitution, unquote. This resolution was laid upon the table by a party vote, and Green Clay Smith of Kentucky offered resolutions opposing, quote, any proposition for peace from any quarter, so long as there shall be found a rebel in arms against the government, and we ignore all party names, lines, and issues, and recognize but 2 parties in this war, patriots and traitors, unquote. Second, quote, that we hold it to be the duty of Congress to pass all necessary bills to supply men and money, and the duty of the people to render every aid in their power to the constituted authorities of the government in the crushing out of the rebellion, and in bringing the leaders thereof to condign punishment, unquote. The third resolution tendered the thanks of Congress to the soldiers in the field. The first resolution was passed by a party vote of 93 to 65. The second and third were passed unanimously, with the exception of B.G. Harris of Maryland. Several times during the session, this battle of resolutions was renewed, but always with the same result. The Democratic Party constantly favoring negotiations for peace, while as constantly declaring their devotion to the Union, the Republicans repudiating every suggestion of negotiation or compromise, so long as the enemies of the Republic bore arms against it. End of Chapter 13, Part 2.
Chapter 15 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 15, Maximilian. At the beginning of the year 1863, the French had made but little headway in their conquest of Mexico. They had an army of less than 30,000 men, distributed from Vera Cruz to Orizaba, and scattered about in other more or less important posts. The Mexicans had a force considerably larger than this. The greater part of their army was concentrated at Puebla, with all the points between that city and the capital strongly held, and a large reserve under Alvarez in the state of Guerrero. It was not until near the end of February that General Forêt felt strong enough to advance from Orizaba upon the capital. He had learned caution from his former misadventure, and now advanced in heavy force and with great circumspection, sending before him proclamations of the most pacific intentions. The national troops gathered to meet him with the best array that a distracted country could furnish, and by the middle of March the siege of Puebla was fairly begun. It took a month of fighting before the French had penetrated into the city, and even then their advance was disputed by the Mexicans from street to street, and almost from house to house, with the most desperate valor, and as late as the 25th of April the French received their severest repulse in the assault which they made upon the fortified convent of St. Inez. But on the 8th of May, General Comonfort, who commanded the cooperating force outside the city, was totally defeated by General Bazaine near the village of San Lorenzo, and driven away towards Mexico, leaving Forêt free to reduce Puebla at his leisure. The city fell on the 19th of May, after a laborious and costly siege of 2 months, the French capturing some 15,000 men, of whom 23 were generals. The Mexicans could not recover from this double defeat in time to oppose the triumphant march of the invaders. With Comonfort's army totally defeated, and Ortega's captured or disbanded, there was no possibility of interposing an effectual resistance to the advance on the city of Mexico, and on the 10th of June Forêt entered the capital, amidst demonstrations of delight from the French population and the reactionary church party, which might well have deceived him in regard to the sentiments of the majority of the people. He issued a manifesto announcing that his mission had but 2 objects, one being the glory of the French arms, and the other the establishment in Mexico of a government which should practice justice, probity, and good faith in its foreign relations, and liberty at home. But liberty, he gave it to be understood, walking in the path of order with respect for religion, property, and family. He at once organized, with the assistance of M. de Saligny, his diplomatic colleague, a provisional government. He appointed a superior council of 35, which in turn elected a triumvirate, consisting of General Almonte, the Archbishop of Mexico, and General Salas, which formed the executive power. An assembly of notables was then called together, which convened on the 10th of July, and at once, with a unanimity rarely encountered off the stage, declared for an imperial government, and selected as emperor the Archduke Maximilian of Austria. The next month an imposing deputation, at the head of which was Señor Gutierrez de Estrada, sailed for Europe, charged to tender the crown of Mexico to Prince Maximilian, and, in case of his refusal, to anyone whom the Emperor of France should designate. General Forêt had done his work with only too much promptness and zeal. The demonstrations of joy and enthusiasm in favor of a new government, which he reported to the Emperor, had been too exclusively confined to the immediate neighborhood of his headquarters, and the Emperor of France could not but anticipate the derision of Europe at a revolution so fundamental, accomplished in so few days and in the shadow of so few bayonets. The junta, nominated by a French soldier, had appointed an executive power which, in turn, had called together an assembly of 200 notables, who had, with absurd unanimity, founded without an hour's debate a new government and a new dynasty. The Emperor, who had a passion for plebiscites, felt that this brusque handiwork of his soldiers needed the sanction of something which should at least appear like a popular vote, and he therefore instructed his general in Mexico, by a dispatch written on the same day the crown-bearing deputation sailed for Europe, that he accepted this action of the Assembly of Notables merely as a symptom of favorable augury. He regarded their vote as having no validity in itself, but simply as a recommendation to the real voters. "It is now," he said, "the part of the provisional government to collect these suffrages of the people in such a manner that no doubt shall hang over this expression of the will of the people of the country." The deputation arrived at the castle of Miramar, near Trieste, on the 3rd of October, and although every semblance of authority had been stripped from them by the Emperor's dispatch, they still went through the form of offering to the Archduke their visionary empire. Señor Gutierrez de Estrada, in a speech full of Southern eloquence and extravagance, represented Prince Maximilian the spontaneous and enthusiastic character of the call which came to him as the unanimous choice of the people of Mexico, and with that intimate knowledge of the designs of Providence always assumed by the extremists of all parties, he warned him that in refusing the crown of Mexico he would be contravening the will of Heaven, which had endowed him with the rarest and richest qualities for the express purpose of saving and regenerating Mexico. They then presented him, enclosed in the handle of a scepter of solid gold, the parchment upon which was engrossed the vote of the notables. The prince, who had received his orders from Paris, could not accept at once the glittering honors thus offered him. He declared that he must, in complete accord with the views of the Emperor Napoleon, insist that a monarchy could not be established on a legitimate and firm basis without a spontaneous expression of the wishes of the whole nation. He must also ask for guarantees which would be indispensable to secure Mexico against the dangers which threatened her integrity and independence. Should these conditions be fulfilled, and his brother, the Emperor of Austria, approve, he would then be ready to accept the crown. With this answer, the delegation was forced to be content, and returned to try to carry into effect the difficult conditions proposed by the Emperor of France. All through the summer and autumn, General Forêt, and after him General Bazaine, continued their operations against the scattered and still struggling armies of Mexico. In November, the French forces moved towards the north. General Comonfort was killed by banditti, and General Uraga became general-in-chief. The Mexicans were not strong enough to risk at any time a general engagement, but endeavored to harass and impede as far as possible the march of the French. But the invaders constantly gained ground, so that on the 1st of January, 1864, they occupied most of the country from Mexico to San Luis Potosi on the north and Guadalajara on the west, and on the east the country between Veracruz and the capital was entirely in their hands. It was not a large portion of the territory of the Republic, counted in square miles, but it was of great importance, comprising, as it did, some of the richest and most populous states and cities of Mexico. The course of events in Mexico was vigilantly watched by President Lincoln and the Secretary of State. On the 9th of August, at a time when General Grant, flushed with his triumph at Vicksburg, proposed an expedition to Mobile, the President, in a confidential letter to him, said, quote, "This would appear tempting to me also, were it not that in view of recent events in Mexico, I am greatly impressed with the importance of reestablishing the national authority in western Texas as soon as possible. I am not making an order, however. That I leave, for the present at least, to the General-in-Chief." Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Seward observed with equal care the progress of events on our western frontier and in European courts. They did not consider themselves obliged, either by the traditions of American policy or by the necessities of the case, to do more than keep steadily before the eyes of European governments the adverse opinion of the United States in relation to the French invasion, but they did not fail to perform this duty with the utmost candor and firmness. In a long dispatch of the 26th of September, Mr. Seward gave a thorough explanation of the views of the President, which could have left no doubt on the mind of Napoleon III as to what he might ultimately expect in case of a prolonged war or a permanent occupation of Mexico. He refers to the non-intervention which the American government has practiced in every phase of the war, but at the same time insists upon the fact, which, he said, is known full well to the American government, quote, that the inherent normal opinion of Mexico favors a government there republican in form and domestic in organization, in preference to any monarchical institutions to be imposed from abroad. End quote. He speaks of the interdependence of all the American republics upon each other, and says that the safety of the United States, quote, and the cheerful destiny to which they aspire are intimately dependent upon the continuance of free republican institutions throughout America. End quote. These opinions were worthy of the serious consideration of the Emperor of France in determining how he should conduct and close what might prove a successful war in Mexico. If France should, upon due consideration, determine to adopt a policy in Mexico adverse to the American opinions and sentiments referred to, That policy would probably scatter seeds which would be fruitful of jealousies which might ultimately ripen into collision between France and the United States and other American republics. He mentions, in illustration of this, various rumors already current in regard to the purposes of France in reference to Texas and the Missouri River, and to coalitions between the Regency established in Mexico and the insurgent cabal at Richmond. "The President," said Mr. Seward, "apprehends none of these things. He does not allow himself to be disturbed by suspicions so unjust to France, and so unjustifiable in themselves, but he knows also that such suspicions will be entertained more or less extensively by this country, and magnified in other countries equally unfriendly to France and to America, and he knows that it is out of such suspicions that the fatal web of national animosity is most frequently woven." He assumes that the Emperor's intentions are as friendly as those of the President, and bases upon that assumption this sincere and earnest conversation. He closed by saying, "We ourselves, however, are not unobservant of the progress of events at home and abroad, and in no case are we likely to neglect such provision for our own safety as every sovereign state must always be prepared to fall back upon when nations with which they have lived in friendship cease to respect their moral and treaty obligations." These views were laid before the French Minister for Foreign Affairs by Mr. Dayton. M. Drouin de l'Huys said that the dangers of the government of the Archduke would come principally from the United States, and the sooner we showed ourselves satisfied and manifested a willingness to enter into peaceful relations with that government, the sooner would theirs be ready to leave Mexico and the new government to take care of itself, which France would, in any event, do as soon as it could, but that it would not lead or tempt the Archduke into difficulty and then desert him before his government was settled, a promise which, within a few years, was to figure strangely among the broken covenants of the Second Empire. Mr. Dayton intimated to him in reply that he could scarcely suppose that France, under the circumstances, would expect the United States to make haste to acknowledge a new monarchy in Mexico, but he promised to report the views of the minister to the government at home. By return of mail, Mr. Seward again set forth the sentiments of the President in a dispatch of singular moderation and firmness. He referred to the determination of the President to err on the side of strict neutrality, if he erred at all, in the war that is carried on between two nations with which the United States are maintaining relations of amity and friendship, and also to the intimation of M. Drouin de l'Huys that an early acknowledgment of the proposed empire by the United States would assist to relieve France from her troublesome complications. And then he went on to say, "The French government has not been left uninformed that in the opinion of the United States the permanent establishment of a foreign and monarchical government in Mexico will be found neither easy nor desirable." He reiterated the purpose of the United States not to interfere with the free choice of the people of Mexico in the establishment or enjoyment of such institutions as they may prefer, but said, "It is also proper that M. Drouin de l'Huys should be informed that the United States continue to regard Mexico as the theater of a war, which has not yet ended in the subversion of the government long existing there, and with which the United States remain in the relation of peace and sincere friendship, and that for this reason the United States are not now at liberty to consider the question of recognizing a government which, in the further chances of war, may come into its place." It is probable that no one, now or in future, will question the wisdom or the equity of the attitude assumed and consistently maintained by the President and the Secretary of State in regard to the invasion of Mexico, but in the mind of the stormy passions of that period they were subjected to severe criticisms and attack on the part of those who insisted that the moderation with which they held their ground in all their discussions with the French government amounted to a practical abandonment of what was loosely called the Monroe Doctrine. It was the opinion of many that the government was recreant to its duty in not protesting against any European aggression upon an American republic, and opposing such aggression even to the point of war. This was carrying the doctrine of President Monroe to a point far beyond the intentions of any of the early statesmen of the Republic. The text of the famous passage in President Monroe's message of December 2, 1823, which is almost a repetition of the words employed by John Quincy Adams in a dispatch to Mr. Rush, the American minister in London, and in a conversation with the Russian minister in Washington 5 months before, is as follows, quote, "The occasion has been judged proper for asserting as a principle in which the rights and interests of the United States are involved, that the American continents, by the free and independent condition which they have assumed and maintain, are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers." And further, in the same message, the President said, quote, "We owe it, therefore, to candor and to the amicable relations existing between the United States and these powers, to declare that we should consider any attempt on their part to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety." And referring to the American governments which had declared and maintained their independence, he added, quote, "We could not view any interposition for the purpose of oppressing them or controlling in any other manner their destiny by any European power in any other light than as the manifestation of an unfriendly disposition towards the United States." 2 years later, when Mr. Adams, the true author of the Monroe Doctrine, if anyone can claim the authorship of a doctrine universally held by Americans then and since, had succeeded Mr. Monroe in the presidency, Henry Clay, his Secretary of State, in a dispatch to the American minister in Mexico, gave the idea a little further extension by adding to the text given above a second clause to the effect that the United States, while they did not desire to interfere in Europe with the political system of the Holy Alliance, would regard as dangerous to their peace and safety any attempt on the part of the allied European powers to extend their system to any part of America, neither continent having the right to enforce upon the other the establishment of its peculiar system. At the close of the same year, Mr. Adams, in a message suggesting the propriety of having the United States represented at the Congress of Panama, said, quote, "An agreement between all the parties represented at the meeting, that each will guard by its own means against the establishment of any future European colony within its borders, may be found advisable. This was," he adds, "more than 2 years since announced by my predecessor to the world as a principle resulting from the emancipation of both the American continents." It was therefore in accordance not only with the dictates of a wise expediency, but also in harmony with the established traditions of the government, that the President contented himself with a firm repetition of the views and principles held by the United States in relation to foreign invasion, and abstained from protests which would have been futile and ridiculous. In his message of December, 1863, at the opening of Congress, he entered into no discussion of the subject. This occasioned a great disappointment among some of the more ardent spirits in Congress, and on the 11th of January Mr. McDougall of California introduced into the Senate a resolution declaring that, quote, "The occupation of a portion of the territory of the Republic of Mexico by the armed forces of the government of France is an act unfriendly to the Republic of the United States of America," that it was the duty of the American government to demand of France to withdraw its armed force from the Mexican territory within a reasonable time, and that failing this, quote, "on or before the 15th day of March next, it will become the duty of the Congress of the United States of America to declare war against the government of France." Just 1 year before this, Mr. McDougall had introduced a set of resolutions of like purport, which had been laid on the table on motion of Senator Sumner. A similar fate awaited these belligerent propositions. They were referred to the Committee on Foreign Relations, then as before under the judicious chairmanship of Mr. Sumner, and were not again reported to the Senate. But the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the House of Representatives had a chairman of very different temper from Mr. Sumner, Henry Winter Davis, who was equally distinguished for his eloquence and his ardor, his tenacity of opinion, and his impatience of contradiction. Under his energetic leadership, the Committee of the House reported the following resolution, which was passed by an affirmative vote of 109, not a voice being raised against it. Quote, "Resolved that the Congress of the United States are unwilling by silence to leave the nations of the world under the impression that they are indifferent spectators of the deplorable events now transpiring in the Republic of Mexico, and that they therefore think fit to declare that it does not accord with the policy of the United States to acknowledge any monarchical government erected on the ruins of any republican government in America under the auspices of any European power." On arriving at the Senate, this resolution was referred to the Committee on Foreign Relations, where, in company with the more fiery utterances of Mr. McDougall, it slept unreported until the close of the session. The Minister of France in Washington lost no time in asking for an explanation of this vote, and on the 7th of April, Mr. Seward, in a dispatch to Mr. Dayton, said, quote, "It is hardly necessary, after what I have heretofore written with perfect candor for the information of France, to say that this resolution truly interprets the unanimous sentiment of the people of the United States in regard to Mexico." End quote. He then goes on to say that the question of recognition of a monarchy in Mexico is an executive one, and that the decision of it constitutionally belongs not to the House of Representatives, nor even to Congress, but to the President of the United States; that the joint resolution, which had passed the House before it could receive a legislative character, must pass the Senate and receive the approval of the President; that while the President received the declaration of the House of Representatives with the profound respect to which it was entitled, he directed Mr. Dayton to inform the government of France that he did not at present contemplate any departure from the policy which this government had hitherto pursued in regard to the war between France and Mexico; quote, that the proceeding of the House of Representatives was adopted upon suggestions arising within itself, and not upon any communication of the executive department, and that the French government would be seasonably apprised of any change of policy upon this subject, which the President might at any future time think it proper to adopt. End quote. But before this dispatch reached Paris, Mr. Dayton, visiting M. Drouin de l'Huys, was greeted by him with the abrupt inquiry, "Do you bring us peace or war?" Mr. Dayton, not having received Mr. Seward's dispatch on the subject, was unable to answer, except in general terms that there was nothing in the resolutions of the House at variance with the views constantly expressed in the official dispatches of the Secretary of State. M. Drouin de l'Huys evidently regarded the proceedings as entailing serious consequences, and Mr. Dayton reported that it was the occasion of great exultation and activity among the secessionists in Paris. When, a few days later, Mr. Dayton received Mr. Seward's dispatch of the 7th of April, and read it to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he was able to report that the sensitiveness manifested by the government on the receipt of the news of the passage of the resolution had to a great extent subsided. The Moniteur announced that the Emperor's government had received satisfactory explanations as to the sense and bearing of the resolution, that the Senate had laid it on the table, and then added the gratuitous statement that in any case the executive power would not have given its sanction to it. When this publication arrived in Washington, the sensitiveness, which had subsided in Paris, woke up anew in the House of Representatives. On motion of Mr. Davis, the House requested the President to communicate any explanation which he might have made to the government of France, in reply to which he sent the entire correspondence, of which we have given an abstract. The matter led to an angry debate and to the adoption of a report from the Committee on Foreign Affairs, written by Mr. Davis, in which he vehemently criticized the action of the President and the Secretary of State, but he did not succeed in convincing any considerable portion of the public that the course of the government had been any more lacking in dignity than in prudence. In the condition of affairs which prevailed throughout Mexico, no plebiscitum was possible. In most of the states of the Republic, the Indian population had never heard of the Archduke Maximilian, and everywhere outside of the French lines his adherents were found only in monasteries and sacristies. So that, after a year of waiting, the Emperor of France was compelled to give up his favorite expedient, and intimated to the Archduke that they must be content with whatever sanction the Regency in Mexico could contrive. Señor Gutiérrez de Estrada therefore appeared once more at Miramar, on the 10th of April, 1864, and with the same fluent rhetoric and ready emotion, informed the Archduke that he had been called to the throne by the practically unanimous voice of the notables, the municipal authorities, and the great corporations. Prince Maximilian, who had employed his leisure in the study of Spanish, replied to the deputation in that language, saying that the signs of adhesion to his cause in Mexico seemed to him sufficiently unanimous, that he was satisfied with the guarantees of independence and stability already secured, that the Emperor of Austria had given his consent, and that, relying upon the friendship and goodwill of the Emperor of the French, he therefore accepted the crown at the hands of the Mexican nation. He said, quote, "She has placed her confidence in a descendant of that House of Habsburg which, 3 centuries ago, planted a Christian monarchy upon her soil. This confidence touches me, and I will not betray it." End quote. He promised to retain the absolute authority given him only so long as it might be necessary to introduce settled order into Mexico. He would start at once for his new country, only pausing on his way to visit Rome to receive from the hands of the Holy Father those benedictions so precious to all sovereigns, and which were doubly important to him as called upon to found a new empire. The Mexican imperial flag was at once displayed from the turrets of Miramar, and amid the roar of artillery from the castle and town, the deputation knelt and did homage to the new emperor. On the same day, a convention between France and Mexico was signed at the castle, by which the new government bound itself to the payment of 270 million francs for the expenses of the French expedition, 12 million more to satisfy the claims of French subjects in Mexico, and a further annual sum of 25 million in specie. Thus, with his kingdom in pawn to his powerful protector, bankrupt in advance, loaded down with a debt which he could not reasonably have hoped ever to repay, the ill-starred prince embarked upon his brief career of disaster, which was to be closed by an early and cruel death. While the Archduke was waiting for his crown at Miramar, he authorized the Confederate envoys in Europe to be informed of his strong sympathy with their cause, and his wishes for friendly relations with the Confederacy. He sent a message to Mr. Slidell that he considered the success of the South identical with that of the new Mexican Empire, in fact so inseparable that an acknowledgment of the Confederate States of America by the governments of England and France ought to take place before his acceptance of the Mexican crown became unconditional. Mr. Slidell was naturally astonished at such a communication coming to him unsought, and at first imagined that the person, Mr. de Havilland, who brought the message, might be a Yankee emissary. But on making his suspicions known to Gutierrez de Estrada, the latter confirmed Haviland's assertions as to his relations to the Archduke, and said that he himself had introduced him. And Slidell's agent in the Foreign Office afterwards confirmed what had been said of the value the Archduke attached to the recognition of the Confederacy. He said he had seen the paper in which the Archduke set forth the different measures which he considered essential to the establishment of his government, and that the recognition of the Confederacy headed the list. It was, therefore, with the liveliest anticipations that Mr. Slidell awaited the visit of the Archduke Maximilian to Paris in the month of March, but it is probable that the Austrian prince had received from the Tuileries a caution against any commitment towards the Confederacy. For although he remained in Paris a week, and although Mr. Slidell sought an interview with him immediately on his arrival, the prince went away without giving an audience to the Southern Commissioner. This was a bitter disappointment to Mr. Slidell, and he tried to console himself with an absurd fable, which he picked up at some salon in Paris, that Mercier had informed the Archduke that he had been authorized by Lincoln to promise recognition to his government by that of Washington, on the condition, however, that no negotiations should be entered into with the Confederate States. "The Archduke," continues Mr. Slidell, "is weak and credulous enough to think that he can keep on good terms with the Yankees, while he can at any time, in case of need, command the support of the Confederacy." Mr. Slidell sent to the Archduke, through one of the prominent Mexicans who surrounded him, an intimation that he was making a great mistake as to his hopes of avoiding difficulties with the North, and his reliance upon the South to aid him in meeting them should they occur; that without the active friendship of the South he would be entirely powerless to resist Northern aggression; that the motive of the Confederates in desiring to negotiate with Mexico was not the expectation of deriving any advantage from an alliance per se, but from the consequences that would probably flow from it in another quarter. Mr. Slidell did not indulge in any illusion as to the Mexican expedition itself. "It is impossible," he said, "to exaggerate the unpopularity of the Mexican expedition among all classes and parties in France. It is the only subject upon which public opinion seems to be unanimous. I have yet to meet the first man who approves of it, and several persons very near the Emperor have spoken to me of it in decided terms of condemnation. The Emperor is fully aware of this feeling, and is, I believe, very desirous to get rid of the embarrassment as soon as he decently can. The Archduke may be obliged to rely on his own resources at a much earlier day than he expects. In this opinion, I may perhaps do the Emperor injustice, but I cannot otherwise account for the evidently increased desire to avoid giving umbrage to the Lincoln government." Nothing more lucid or sagacious than these words was ever sent to the Confederate government at Richmond, and it would have been well for the Archduke if he could have heard and heeded them. On the 2nd of May, Mr. Slidell wrote again to Richmond, repeating his story that Mercier pretended to be the bearer of assurances from Lincoln to Maximilian that the empire would be recognized by the United States, and he reports that he hears, "from well-informed quarters that Maximilian, on his arrival in Mexico, will address a circular letter to the various governments with which he wishes to establish relations, that of Washington included, and ignoring the Confederacy. I have taken care," he says, "to advise the leading Mexicans that such a course could not but be offensive to my government, and might lead to results which would hereafter be regretted." He took particular care to impress upon the mind of one of Maximilian's officers, who was to sail with him in the Novara, the necessity of the support of the Confederacy to protect the new government against the aggressions of the North. But when the imperial party sailed from Civitavecchia, there was little left of the high hopes with which the rebel commissioners had anticipated that event. Maximilian arrived in the city of Mexico on the 12th of July, and made his triumphant entry into the capital with all the splendor of ceremonial which was within reach of the French army and the Mexican Church. But the enthusiasm of the occasion was confined exclusively to the foreign soldiers and the native priests. The people looked coldly on, enjoying the unwonted and brilliant show, but exhibiting no hearty welcome to their new sovereign. His first acts exhibited at once his goodness of heart, his purity of intentions, and his utter incapacity to understand or control the turbulent elements with which he was called upon to deal. He invited Juarez and his leading adherents to hold a conference with him in the city of Mexico, and offered them the most tempting positions in his gift as a price of their adhesion to the empire. He received in return a letter from the Mexican president, couched in dignified and moderate language, but filled with an unflinching spirit of hostility and defiance, both to Maximilian and to Napoleon III, whom he considered his principal, which, when published, did much to encourage the adherents of the national cause. The Archduke then established several commissions to organize the administration. They did their work in a feeble and vacillating way, and shortly after his arrival, Maximilian found himself in an attitude of hostility to the Church party, at whose invitation he had come to Mexico. Even before his arrival there had been a breach of friendly relations between the Church and the French authorities. The clerical party expected, as a matter of course, that upon the arrival of the French in the capital, their church property would be restored to them. But General Bazaine found this course impossible, not only on account of the exigencies of the public treasury, but also because many French citizens, the holders of ecclesiastical property, would have been ruined by its restitution. He therefore allowed proceedings in the courts in relation to such property to take their regular course, and when the Archbishop of Mexico protested against this action, his two colleagues in the triumvirate, Almonte and Salas, at the suggestion of the French commander, dismissed him from the regency. He protested loudly against this action, and, in company with the great ecclesiastical dignitaries of the country, issued a manifesto denouncing the acts of the French military authority and of the regency under it, is no less tyrannical and unjust to the Church than the proceedings of the Juarez government, which had driven the Church party to seek for foreign intervention. The Archduke found himself confronted upon his arrival by this ominous state of things, and hampered by his dependence upon the Emperor Napoleon, he was unable to take sides with the Church party, to whom alone he could look for sincere and loyal support in Mexico. Even the Pope, upon whose benediction and fatherly sanction he had built such hope for the stability of his empire, turned against him, and in a letter of the 18th of October, most affectionate in form, but severe in substance, informed him of the sorrow which his apparent recreancy to the Church had occasioned at Rome, and of the hard conditions upon which alone he might expect the support and commendation of the papacy. "The Catholic religion must, above all things, continue to be the glory and the mainstay of the Mexican nation, to the exclusion of every other dissenting worship. The bishops must be perfectly free in the exercise of their pastoral ministry. The religious orders should be reestablished or reorganized, conformably with the instructions and the powers which we have given. The patrimony of the Church, and the rights which attach to it, must be maintained and protected. No person may obtain the faculty of teaching and publishing false and subversive tenets. Instruction, whether public or private, must be directed and watched over by the ecclesiastical authority, and in short the chains must be broken, which up to the present time have held the Church in a state of dependence and subject to the arbitrary rule of the civil government." These conditions were impossible of fulfillment. Maximilian could not restore the vast possessions of the Church. He could not establish or maintain an absolute censorship of the press and of public and private instruction, and thus every day widened the breach between himself and the Church party. It was equally impossible for him to meet the financial exigencies of the situation. It had appeared to him at Miramar that with $18 millions, his estimated income, including all that was left to him from the proceeds of his first loan, he might satisfy the most pressing wants of his administration, with $4 millions for the public debt, $4 millions for the Mexican army, $5 millions for the French army, and with $5 million more for public works and the government of the interior, he could get along for the time being. But he soon found it necessary to rearrange his budget. Instead of the $18 million of expenses for which he had provided, he was confronted by an estimate twice as large. $6 million were needed for the debt, $14 million for the army, $10 million and more for the public works and the government of the interior. He was driven to seek another loan in Europe, which was issued at a ruinous rate, complicated with the system of lotteries which produced but little money for the bankrupt Empire of Mexico, and seriously discredited the tottering Empire of France. It was only in the military department of his government that something like order prevailed. The disciplined army of Bazaine met with but little resistance wherever it marched, except from the diseases incident to the unaccustomed climate and the harassment of irregular bands of guerrillas. Many of the leading generals of the Republic betrayed their trust. Vidaurri deserted from Monterrey. Uraga, general-in-chief of the army, went over to Maximilian. The government of Juarez fled from place to place, until at last he sought refuge in the state of Chihuahua with an army reduced to a mere bodyguard of 2,000 men, still opposing an indomitable front to the invader, and refusing to listen either to the temptations held out by Maximilian, or to the persuasions of faint-hearted friends, who urged him to put an end to his own troubles and the distraction of the country by submission to the empire. So long as the new empire was supported by the arms and by the prestige of France, it presented to the world a certain appearance of strength. The President of the Republic and the Cabinet kept up a show of resistance in a remote frontier state, and the southern portion of the Republic, where Alvarez held Guerrero and the adjoining states with his faithful army of Pinto Indians, was never overrun by the invader. But the court of Maximilian in Mexico appeared as strong as any of the governments with which foreigners had had to deal for many years, and one by one the European powers recognized the new empire and entered into diplomatic relations with it. The United States retained its attitude of reserve toward the imperial court and of outspoken friendship toward the harassed Republican government. Mr. Seward lost no opportunity of making known to the diplomatic body in Washington, and through our minister in Paris to the Emperor himself, that the government of the United States regarded the empire as a temporary and exotic government in Mexico, and constantly reiterated his firm and friendly warning to France to bring its invasion of Mexico to a close at the earliest possible day. At the end of 1864 and the beginning of the following year, a rumor reached the United States that ex-Governor William M. Gwin, foreseeing the failure of the rebellion, was preparing an extensive scheme of emigration to Mexico, which was to serve as a refuge for the defeated Confederates, and doubtless also as a point of departure for further schemes of hostility against the government of the United States. There seems to have been some foundation for this rumor, although the details of this scheme were contradicted by the imperial governments of Mexico and France, and after the war closed, several irreconcilable Southern generals and politicians, among them Price, Magruder, and Harris, sought the protection of Maximilian, and tried to carry out a scheme similar to that attributed to Gwin. The great mass of the Southern people being tired of wars and wanderings, this seductive scheme of colonization came to nothing. When the Republican National Convention of 1864, which renominated Lincoln, met in Baltimore, a resolution was adopted with long-continued applause, approving the position taken by the government, "that the people of the United States can never regard with indifference the attempt of any European power to overthrow by force or to supplant by fraud the institutions of any republican government on the Western continent, and that they will view with extreme jealousy, as menacing to the peace and independence of their own country, the efforts of any such power to obtain new footholds for monarchical governments sustained by foreign military force in near proximity to the United States." This was a wider and more energetic extension of the Monroe Doctrine than had ever before been put forward in so authoritative a form by any body representing the majority of the people of the United States. It was adopted by Mr. Lincoln in his letter accepting the nomination to the Presidency, though with his usual candor and caution he added that "the position of the Government in relation to the action of France in Mexico, as assumed through the State Department and approved and endorsed by the Convention among the measures and acts of the Executive, will be faithfully maintained so long as the state of facts shall leave that position pertinent and applicable." But neither then nor at any other time was the Government of France left in ignorance of the fact that the presence of their troops in Mexico was most unwelcome to the people of the United States, and that their continuance there was likely at any moment to result in disastrous complications. During the next winter there were two resolutions introduced in the Confederate Congress at Richmond, which, although they were not adopted, showed that a small minority, at least, of the rebel congressmen were opposed to the intervention of foreign powers in Mexico, and imagined that there might be a possibility of rapprochement between the Confederate government and that of the Union on a basis of united action against the French invasion. John P. Murray of Tennessee, on the 7th of November, brought in a resolution to the effect that "we have no sympathy with the efforts to establish a monarchy in Mexico, and that we will not, directly or indirectly, aid in the establishment of a monarchy on the continent of America." And in the following January, D.C. de Jarnette of Virginia introduced resolutions with a preamble, setting forth that there were reasons to believe that ulterior designs were entertained by the imperial governments of Mexico and France against California and the Pacific States, which "we do not regard as parties to the war now waged against us, as they have furnished neither men nor money for its prosecution," and resolving "that the time may not be distant when we will be prepared to unite on the basis of the independence of the Confederate States with those most interested in the vindication of the principles of the Monroe Doctrine for their mediation, to the exclusion of all seeming violations of those principles on the continent of North America." Mr. de Jarnette, with foolish frankness, allowed his impression to appear, first, that the Pacific States might be detached from the Union for the purpose of attacking the empire in Mexico in concert with the South, and secondly, that England and France would be so frightened by the policy indicated in his resolutions that they would give to the Confederacy all it wanted and more than it had hoped for. So long as Mr. Lincoln lived, the Government of the United States continued its attitude of firm disapproval of French invasion, and after his death, when the fall of the rebellion had set free the armies of the Union, and had made the continued existence of Maximilian's empire in Mexico impossible, Mr. Seward, at the head of the State Department, still carried on with the same unswerving skill, dignity, and forbearance the policy inaugurated in the lifetime of Mr. Lincoln, until the Emperor of France, recognizing at last the failure of his scheme of a Latin empire in America, withdrew the troops which alone had sustained during those 3 years the power of Maximilian, at the cost of many thousands of lives and $200 millions. And the unfortunate Archduke, with a courage and self-devotion worthy of a better fate, offered up his life amid the ruins of his short-lived empire. After the departure of the French troops, he retired to Queretaro, where he was immediately besieged by the Republican army. In the middle of May the palace was taken, and a month later Maximilian and his 2 generals, Miramon and Mejia, were shot, in accordance with the sentence of a court-martial. End of chapter 15. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land.
Chapter 15 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 15, Fort Wagner. The fact that the rebellion had its first violent outbreak at Fort Sumter indicated that place as among the first objects of attack by the national arms. But as we have seen, 2 years elapsed before any serious attempt was made to retake the fort, and when made in April 1863, it resulted in failure. After DuPont's attack, the Confederates enjoyed 2 months of undisturbed leisure for the construction and strengthening of their works, though all this time the matter of a new essay at the reduction of Sumter occupied more than its proper share of the attention of the government. The forces in the Department of the South were not sufficient to undertake a siege of Charleston by land, and the exigencies of the more important campaigns going forward in Virginia, Tennessee, and Mississippi prevented their being reinforced. It was resolved, therefore, to restrict operations to the harbor and the islands immediately adjoining, and Admiral John A. Dahlgren, after the death of Admiral Foote, who had been designated for the purpose, and General Q. A. Gillmore were charged with the command of the military and naval forces engaged. The one was the most eminent officer of ordnance in the service, and the other, though young, was already not only a famous engineer, but also distinguished for his intelligence and enterprise in the command of troops. The President was sure of the zeal and devotion of both, and of their cordial disposition to work together harmoniously for the best results. They indulged in no illusions as to the probable extent of their success in the undertaking before them. General Gillmore gave his opinion in advance that Fort Sumter could be reached and reduced, or its offensive power entirely destroyed by the land and naval forces then serving in the Department of the South, provided there was hearty and energetic cooperation between them, and the naval officer in command was one who had confidence in the monitors. But that with the small force available, about 11,000 men, the army could not initiate any movement of importance inland, which would involve their leaving their advantageous position on the sea islands, flanked by marshes on one side and the navy on the other. Admiral Dahlgren had similar views. He was ready to cooperate at all times with the army in any measures deemed advisable, but never regarded it as possible that the Navy alone could reduce the circle of forts around the harbor and take permanent possession of Charleston. He assumed command on the 6th of July. Gillmore had already been on the ground some 3 weeks and had nearly completed his preparations for a descent upon Morris Island when Dahlgren arrived. The admiral, without a moment's delay, entered into the plans of the general, and within 48 hours collected his scattered monitors and steamed away to the harbor of Charleston. Morris Island is a low strip of sandy beach which lies to the south of Charleston, and with Sullivan's Island to the north guards the entrance to the harbor, the two stretching out to sea like the open jaws of an alligator. They are each about 3½ miles long, separated from the mainland on the north and from the high ground of James Island on the south by miry and impracticable marshes stretching a distance of 2 or 3 miles. Their inner ends are a little less than 4 miles from the Charleston wharves, with Fort Sumter lying midway. Gillmore resolved to make his attack from Folly Island, which lies on the coast directly south of Morris, which it greatly resembles in conformation, and from which it is separated by Lighthouse Inlet. It was occupied by a brigade under General Israel Wagner, who had fortified the southern end of it, controlling the waters of Stono Harbor and the approaches of James Island. There was a heavy growth of underbrush at both ends of the island. Taking advantage of this, Wagner, under Gillmore's direction, constructed 10 powerful batteries near its northern extremity, completely masked from the enemy's view, their purpose being to operate against the enemy's guns near the landing place, to protect the debarkation of the troops, and to cover their retreat in case of necessity. Most of this work was done at night, and all of it as silently as possible. During the last days, the rebels were busily engaged in wrecking a stranded blockade runner within pistol shot of these batteries, and never discovered them. Alfred H. Terry's division of 4,000 and George C. Strong's brigade of 2,500 were quietly brought together on Folly Island, and on the afternoon of the 8th of July the former force was sent up the Stono to make a demonstration against James Island, while Strong's brigade was ordered to descend upon Morris Island at daybreak of the 9th. Colonel T. W. Higginson of the 1st South Carolina Volunteers, colored, was ordered at the same time to cut the railroad between Charleston and Savannah, a duty in which General Gillmore says he signally failed. The others punctually performed the tasks assigned them. Terry's feint against Stono was so imposing as to be taken for the real attack by Beauregard, who hastily gathered together a considerable force to resist him, and paid little attention to the serious movement on the beach. There were still, however, enough men left on Morris, all in fact who could be handled to advantage, but they were taken by surprise, attacked in front by Strong's brigade, who crossed the inlet at daybreak, and on their left flank by Dahlgren, who swept the narrow island with his guns. They were speedily driven out of all their batteries south of Wagner, and abandoned to Gillmore 3/4 of the island with 11 pieces of heavy ordnance. The next day he ordered Strong's brigade to assault Fort Wagner, an attempt which failed, with slight loss on each side. On the 16th, Terry was attacked by a superior force on James Island, and although he repulsed the enemy with the assistance of the gunboats which accompanied him, he was recalled to Folly Island, the purpose of his demonstration having been accomplished. Although General Gillmore had as yet no adequate conception of the enormous strength of Fort Wagner, the assault and repulse of the 11th of July convinced him that it could not be carried offhand. He therefore determined, on consultation with Admiral Dahlgren, to establish counter batteries against it, hoping with the combined fire of these and the gunboats to dismount the guns of the work and so shake its defense as to carry it by a determined assault. The preparations were made with great energy, and by the morning of the 18th, exactly 1 week after the first assault, General Gillmore was ready for the second. It was an ill-advised and unfortunate enterprise, doomed to disaster from the nature of the case. With all his skill and coolness, and his profound knowledge of engineering, Gillmore was still young and daring, and naturally inclined to think less than they deserved of obstacles in front of him. He admits in his report that he was not aware of the tremendous strength of the sand work he was attacking. His information in regard to it was contradictory and meager. Its formidable armament, its full and disciplined garrison, its capacious bomb-proof, which could shelter the entire force in complete safety, were as yet unknown. Worse than all this, the maps of the Coast Survey, upon which our Army and Navy relied implicitly, had been rendered obsolete as to Morris Island by the stealthy encroachments of the sea, which had almost gnawed the sand spit in two at the point just south of the fort, leaving only about 100 feet of dry land instead of the 300 indicated by the maps. And even this narrow causeway was subject to the washing of the waves in spring tide and heavy weather. Along this path of death an attacking force must march, exposed to the fire of a fort stretching all the way across the island from the sea shore to Vincent's Creek, presenting a front of 3 times the development which could be given to the head of a column of approach, the terrible ratio reaching as high as 10-1 as the sandy isthmus narrowed under the walls of Wagner. The batteries opened fire upon Fort Wagner from land and sea about noon, and in a short time its defenders were driven from the parapets to the bomb-proofs, the fire of its guns appearing to be completely silenced. The flag monitor lay only 300 yards from the sea face of the work. Says Dahlgren, not a gun was fired from it, not a head was visible to my glass, as I stood with other officers outside, watching for the first symptom of renewed resistance. Cartloads of sand were hurled into the air by every broadside. In the course of the afternoon, the whole work seemed to be beaten out of shape. Late in the afternoon, Gilmore formed his storming party to move at twilight. This time was chosen that the column might not be distinctly seen by the enemy's batteries on the opposite islands. General Strong's brigade took the lead, followed by Colonel H.S. Putnam's. In advance was the 54th Massachusetts, colored, led by Colonel Robert G. Shaw, one of the bravest and gentlest soldiers whom the North had sent to the war. As the head of the column debouched, says General Gilmore, from the first parallel, the guns in Wagner, Gregg, and Sumter, and also those on James and Sullivan's Islands, opened upon it rapidly and simultaneously, and when it approached so near the work that the fire from the Navy and from our own mortars and the gun batteries on our extreme left had to be suspended for fear of hitting our own men, then a compact and most destructive musketry fire was instantly poured upon the advancing column from the parapet by the garrison of the work, which up to that moment had remained within the safe protection of the bomb-proof shelter, and now emerged therefrom to meet the exigencies of the assault. From a front 10 times as large as the head of the assaulting column, this storm of death rained upon the devoted troops. Night had closed suddenly in, unrelieved even by the light of stars, for the sky was black with thunder clouds. The colored regiment in the advance, led by the flower of Massachusetts loyalty, did all that could be asked of them. They melted away rapidly in the darkness, but still pushed forward, dashing through the water of the ditch and climbing the parapet of the fort. There their heroic young colonel fell, shot dead among his foremost men, and the decimated regiment streamed back to the rear, carrying some confusion into the ranks of those following them. Strong's men rallied gallantly, and supported by Putnam's brigade, they gained the southeast bastion and held it for several hours. But, ignorant of the interior arrangements of the work, they could make no further progress, and were being gradually killed at the enemy's leisure, when, about midnight, they abandoned the hopeless contest, and such of them as were able made their way back to their camps. The loss had been extraordinarily severe. Besides Colonel Shaw, General Strong and Colonels John L. Chatfield and Putnam were killed or mortally wounded. General Truman Seymour, who had immediate charge of the assault, was severely wounded, and many other valuable officers were killed. In General Strong and Colonel Putnam, the army lost 2 of its most promising and brilliant leaders, equally eminent in character and attainments. The death of Colonel Shaw was widely lamented, not only because of his personal worth, but because he had become, in a certain sense, the representative of the best strain of New England anti-slavery sentiment. The Confederates recognized this representative character by their treatment of his corpse, replying to a request of his friends for his remains that they had buried him under a layer of his niggers. General Gillmore, though powerfully affected by the waste and ruin of this unsuccessful assault, began instantly to accomplish the work assigned him in another and a better way. He had lost 1,500 men in his gallant rush upon Wagner, and had inflicted comparatively no damage upon the enemy. The heavy cannonade from land and sea had done nothing more than mar the symmetry of the thick walls of fine white quartz sand. A few hours' work by night could repair all the injuries inflicted by many tons of metal during the day. The impregnable bomb-proof could shelter the full garrison. 1,000 men mounting the parapet at a given moment could hold an army of 20 times their number at bay, advancing along the narrowing path of sand. There was nothing to be done but to press the siege by gradual approaches, and even this course was surrounded by most formidable difficulties. The scanty isthmus, 25 yards at its narrowest part, and subject to frequent overflow by the tides, was swept not only by the fire of Wagner in front, but by that of Battery Gregg on Cummings Point at the northern extremity of the island, by numerous heavily armed batteries on James Island, and by the destructive plunging fire of Fort Sumter delivered over the heads of Wagner and Gregg. The first preoccupation of General Gillmore was the elimination of Fort Sumter from the contest. Even while his thinned battalions were retreating from their assault on the 18th of July, he gave orders for the formation of a strong defensive line, capable of resisting any possible sortie, which was afterwards called the First Parallel. On the night of the 23rd, he established his second parallel by the Flying Sap, 600 yards in advance of the first, stretching his line diagonally across the island on a ridge of sand, resting his left on Vincent's Creek, which was guarded by a floating boom, and extending his right by a barricade to low water mark, terminating in a strong cribwork, on which was established a powerful and novel arrangement of guns known as the Surf Battery. At every advance he planted breaching batteries against Fort Sumter, this part of the work being under the charge of Major T.B. Brooks, a volunteer officer, one of the most notable instances, of which there were so many, of extraordinary military capacity suddenly developed in young men whose training had hitherto been exclusively in civil pursuits. Admiral Dahlgren gave his earnest cooperation in this work. One of the most important of the breaching batteries was armed and manned from the fleet under the command of Captain Foxhall Parker. Under the incessant fire of the enemy's batteries from front and flank, these operations went on. Not satisfied with occupying every foot of the sand spit, Gillmore resolved to establish a battery bearing both upon Sumter and the city of Charleston in the deep mire of the morass separating Morris from James Island. This apparently impossible task was successfully carried out. Nothing was left to chance. Every step of the work was founded upon careful experiment and scientific induction. On a bed of soft black mud, 16 feet deep, in a swamp overgrown with reeds and grasses, traversed by winding bayous and subject to daily overflow by the sea waves, a battery was built, and immediately christened by the soldiers the Swamp Angel. We will give General Gillmore's description of this unique structure. The Marsh Battery consisted of a sandbag parapet with a return or epaulement of the same material at each end, the whole supported by a broad grillage composed of round timbers in 2 layers, crossing each other at right angles and resting directly on the surface of the marsh. In this grillage, in rear of the parapet, there was a rectangular opening through both layers of logs, exactly of the proper size to receive the platform of the gun, and surrounded by closely fitting sheathing piles. These piles reached from the upper surface of the grillage entirely through the stratum of mud into the solid substratum of sand. Within this rectangular space, thus closely confined laterally by the piles, layers of marsh, grass, canvas, and sand were placed directly on the mud to the aggregate depth of several inches, the sand being on top. On the sand rested a compact sub-platform of planks. On these planks the gun platform was placed. The epaulement and the gun were therefore so far independent of each other that the subsidence or displacement of the one would not necessarily involve that of the other. On the 9th of August, Major Brooks established the third parallel with the flying sap, in advance of over 300 yards, and at this time the fire from the semicircle of Confederate forts and from the sharpshooters in Wagner became so incessant and so galling that General Gillmore concluded that for the success of his siege operations against Wagner, it would be necessary to breach Fort Sumter and put an end to the annoyance of its fire. He was not without hope also that after he had demolished Sumter he might invest the island so as to ensure the fall of Wagner and Gregg. He was compelled to wait a few days on account of the inferior quality of his powder, but having been generously supplied by the Navy, he began on the 17th of August, in concert with Admiral Dahlgren, a furious and sustained bombardment of Fort Sumter. Every battery had its work assigned it. The distances from the batteries to the fort ranged from 3,500 to 4,300 yards. For 7 days the storm of metal cast over that expanse of beach and water rained upon the fort until, on the 24th, Gillmore was able to report to the General-in-Chief its practical demolition. The barbette fire of the work was entirely destroyed. A few unserviceable pieces still remaining on their carriages were dismounted a week later. The casemates of the channel fronts were more or less thoroughly searched by our fire, and we had trustworthy information that but one serviceable gun remained in the work, and that pointed up the harbor towards the city. The fort was reduced to the condition of a mere infantry outpost. While this demolition of Sumter was going on, the siege work against Wagner, which had been checked for a while, was again pushed forward. On the night of the 21st, the fourth parallel was opened, and 5 days later a ridge in front of it was carried by a bayonet charge, and a fifth parallel established within 240 yards of the fort. Nothing now intervened between the besiegers and besieged, but a flat ridge of sand, 25 yards wide, washed over by the seas in high weather. This was found to be thickly planted with torpedoes, and captured Confederates said the glacis of the fort was also full of them. In the midst of these hidden perils, the sappers worked on, and a single night brought them to within 100 yards of Wagner. Here they were brought to a standstill. The converging fire from Wagner alone almost enveloped the head of our sap, delivered as it was from a line subtending an angle of nearly 90 degrees, while the flank fire from the James Island batteries increased in power and accuracy every hour. To push forward the sap in the narrow strip of shallow sifting sand by day was impossible, while the brightness of the prevailing harvest moon rendered the operation almost as hazardous by night. A feeling of doubt and discouragement began to prevail when Gillmore resolved upon a final and vigorous movement which ended the siege. He moved all his light mortars to the front and placed them in battery. brought his sharpshooters forward, trained his breaching batteries on the fort, arranged powerful calcium lights to aid his own men and blind the eyes of the enemy, and secured the ever-ready cooperation of the Navy in a final bombardment of the rebel work. At daybreak on the 5th of September, the whole armament opened fire, and for 42 hours the soldiers were regaled with a spectacle of unequaled magnificence. The mortars threw their shells over the sappers' heads into the fort. 13 of the monstrous Parrots, 100, 200, and 300-pounders, sent their howling missiles at the angle of the bomb-proofs. The New Ironsides under Captain Rowan cast the ricocheting shells from her 8-gun broadsides over the hissing waters to climb the parapets and explode within the fort. By night the Union men worked with perfect security in the shadow, while the calcium light showed them every inch of the enemy's works. There was no withstanding such a fire as this. The Confederates fled to their bomb-proof. Gillmore's sappers pushed rapidly onward. They were out of danger from the moment they had got so near to Wagner that the James Island batteries ceased to fire for fear of hitting their friends. A feeling of exultation took possession of them. The diggers off duty mounted their parapets and coolly surveyed the works of the enemy a few feet away, which gave no sign of life. On the night of the 6th, the sappers pushed past the south face of the fort, masking its guns, and removed the pikes planted at the foot of the counterscarp of the sea front. The way was now open, and Gillmore ordered an assault on the morning of the 7th, but shortly after midnight the enemy left the fort and silently evacuated the island. Some 70 prisoners were caught in the darkness on the water. 18 pieces of heavy ordnance were found in Wagner, 7 in Battery Gregg. Gillmore was surprised at the strength of the fort. It exceeded all that spies or deserters had reported. After the terrible bombardment, it was virtually intact. These operations were not carried on without a vigorous correspondence with General Beauregard. No one could entertain relations with that sprightly general, either as enemy or as friend, except at the cost of voluminous letter writing. On the 4th of July, he considered it his duty to deliver an extended lecture to General Gillmore in regard to the misdeeds of his predecessor. He gave a graphic account of General Hunter's administration, his raids on the mainland, his pillage of plantations and seizure of slaves. He held up the noble example of Napoleon, who refused the aid of Russian serfs against their government, and demanded a reply from Gillmore as to whether he proposed to continue the barbarian practices of which he complained. General Gillmore replied with judicious brevity that while he and his government would scrupulously endeavor to conduct the war upon principles established by usage among civilized nations, he should expect from the commanding general opposed to him full compliance with the same rules in their unrestricted application to all the forces under his command. It is hardly possible that General Beauregard did not understand the meaning of this note, but he answered on July 22, pretending ignorance and calling for more specific charges, a demand with which Gillmore complied succinctly but definitely enough on the 5th of August, saying that he considered the expressions in his former letter as pertinent and proper at the time they were written, and that they had been more fully justified by subsequent events. He then quoted the agreement entered into for parole and exchange of wounded prisoners, and referred to the violation of this agreement by the Confederates. "You declined," he said, "to return the wounded officers and men belonging to my colored regiments, and your subordinate in charge of the exchange asserted that that question had been left for after consideration. He could only regard this action as a palpable breach of faith." Later in the month of August, in the midst of the terrific cannonade upon Sumter, another interchange of warlike missives took place between the commanders. The Marsh Battery, the famous Swamp Angel, whose construction has been already described, having been completed on the 21st of August, General Gillmore sent to the Confederate general a letter demanding the evacuation of Morris Island and Fort Sumter, and informing him that in case of refusal he should open fire 4 hours after delivery of the letter upon the city of Charleston from batteries already established in range of the heart of the city. This letter, by inadvertence, was sent unsigned, and was at once returned and then signed and sent back. After waiting 14 hours instead of 4, the Swamp Angel opened fire, throwing a few shots into the sleeping city by way of warning and exhortation. The next morning General Beauregard replied in words as furious, if not so sonorous, as the tones of the Marsh Battery. He sermonized Gillmore as to his duties under the rules of nations not barbarous. He reminded him that Wagner, Gregg, and Sumter were much nearer to him than Charleston, and seemed to think there was special depravity in firing on the city from a battery quite 5 miles distant, an act indeed of inexcusable barbarity, that the shots fired were the most destructive missiles ever used in war. Growing sarcastic, he asked why he did not demand the surrender of all the forts. And finally he solemnly warned his adversary that if he fired again on the city without giving a reasonable time to remove non-combatants, he would employ stringent means of retaliation. Gillmore replied at once, paying no attention to the excited rhetoric of Beauregard, simply calling his attention to the well-established principle that the commander of a place attacked but not invested, having its avenues of escape open and practicable, has no right to expect any notice of an intended bombardment other than that which is given by the threatening attitude of his adversary. Charleston had already had 40 days' notice of her danger. The attack on her defenses had been that long steadily in progress. The object of that attack had been at no time doubtful. If the life of a single non-combatant were exposed to peril by bombardment, the responsibility rested with those who had failed to apprise them of their danger or to provide for their safety, and who had refused to accept the terms upon which the bombardment might have been postponed. General Gillmore said it was his belief that most of the women and children had long been removed from the city. On Beauregard's assurance, however, that the city was still full of them, he would suspend the fire upon it until 11 o'clock on the night of the 23rd, thus giving 48 hours for the removal of non-combatants from the time his first communication was received. At the expiration of this respite, the Swamp Angel again opened, throwing her 8-inch shells over 5 miles of marsh and beach and bay into the heart of the frightened city. The non-combatants poured in a continuous stream out of the town, but little damage was done. The famous battery, built with such skill and care, had but a brief history. Its great Parrott gun burst at the 36th discharge and was never replaced, though 2 sea-coast mortars were afterwards mounted in the battery to operate against James Island. On the night of the 8th of September, an attempt was made by a detachment from the fleet to carry Fort Sumter by a coup de main. This plan had occurred to General Gillmore at the same time, but the force he had detailed for that purpose was detained by low tide in the creek and did not get off until the sailors and marines had attacked and had been repulsed with severe loss in the darkness. After this, the army busied itself for several weeks in reconstructing the captured forts on Morris Island and turning their guns against the Confederate works in the harbor. On the 26th of October, the heavy rifle guns were opened once more against Sumter, and 2 monitors from the fleet, joined in the bombardment, which in the course of a few days cut down the southeast face of the work so as to expose the channel fronts to a reverse fire. The debris soon formed a continuous and practicable ramp from the top of the breach to the water's edge. Fort Sumter was now a ruin, sheltering an infantry outpost, but encircled by the other forts in the harbor, which had been greatly strengthened during the summer and autumn. It continued to be held by the Confederates until Sherman marched north from Savannah in the spring of 1865. General Gillmore had not troops enough to make a land attack upon Charleston, and Admiral Dahlgren did not think it possible with his 7 battered monitors to move upon the formidable series of works which lined the harbor on every side. He convened a council of his commanders of ironclads, men of tried courage and intelligence, who decided unanimously that Forts Moultrie and Johnson could not be reduced by the Navy without the cooperation of the troops, and by a vote of 6-4 that the attempt to penetrate to Charleston with the monitors would be attended with extreme risk without adequate results. The bombardment of Wagner and later the attack by the ironclads on Moultrie had shown that the damage inflicted by the severest fire on such sand works was incommensurate with the great expense and risk. The ironclads, says Dahlgren, might steam in and make a promenade of the harbor, suffering much damage and inflicting little, then retire. To remain in would only be a useless expenditure of valuable vessels which could not soon be replaced. The only result, therefore, of the year's campaign was the completion of the blockade of Charleston by the possession of Morris Island, which gave a shorter line to the fleet, and by the demolition of Fort Sumter, which allowed more freedom of action to the squadron in the lower bay. The mutual criticisms of the opposing commanders in this campaign are curious. Each thinks the other at fault. General Gillmore contends that Fort Wagner, though formidable in construction, was wrongly placed; that after the primary error of abandoning Cole's Island, which gave up Folly and made possible the movement against Morris, the great mistake of the enemy was in not fortifying the southern end of the island, and in placing Fort Wagner so near to Sumter that he was compelled to witness the humiliating spectacle of the destruction of his principal work on an interior line over the heads of the defenders of an exterior one. The special defense of Wagner, Gillmore thinks, was faulty in 2 particulars. It was too passive. Not a single night sortie was made, and second, there was little use of curved fire, though the 2 mortars they had seriously delayed the advance of the National sappers. General Beauregard, on the other hand, condemns Gillmore's plan of campaign as a whole. James Island, he says, was the avenue of approach I dreaded the most to see selected. It was in reality the entrance gate to the avenue which would have almost assuredly led into the heart of Charleston. The enemy preferred breaking in through the window, and I certainly had no cause to regret his having done so. But General Gillmore insists that his force was too small to justify an attack by way of James Island, which was too wide for his small force to operate on, and where he would have been met by superior numbers of the enemy. On Morris Island, however, where the space was narrow, his force was ample. Both parties there had all the troops there was room for. The advantage was on the side which was superior in artillery, afloat and ashore, in engineering devices, and in a steadily maintained initiative. Moreover, he especially wished to demolish Fort Sumter, and took the best means to that end. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 17 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 16. Prisoners of War. The treatment on both sides of prisoners of war is a subject which anyone of ordinary sensibility would gladly avoid, but it is too important to pass over in silence. We shall deal with it briefly. We cannot persuade ourselves to repeat in these pages the stories of horrible suffering which may be found in the narratives of the survivors of the prison pens, but it would not be just to omit all mention of one of the most dreadful results of the war. By even a slight reference to the unspeakable woes inflicted upon tens of thousands of human beings by a state of civil war, we may hope to bring home to the minds of readers of a later generation some sense of what a conflict means. It is not to arraign the people of the South that this chapter is written. We know them to be in general of the same blood, the same feelings, as those of the North. If during several years they subjected their kindred, whom the fortunes of battle threw into their hands, to horrors which it is no figure of speech to call infernal, it is not they who are to blame, but the circumstances which rebellion brought upon the people of the whole country. The entire subject of the exchange and treatment of prisoners is fully set forth in a volume of 1,200 pages issued by the 40th Congress in 1869. It embodies the results of a year's labor of a committee of Congress, in the course of which the members were so shocked and inflamed by the contemplation of the frightful stories of suffering which were told them that their own language takes on the tone of the half-frantic victims of Andersonville. The reader who desires to look thoroughly into this revolting subject is referred to this book, and to the sworn testimony of the witnesses in the trial of Wirtz, the keeper of the Andersonville prison. The first volume of the Southern Historical Society papers is mainly devoted to the Confederate view of the case. We merely refer to these documents as giving the two sides of the question from strongly partisan points of view. The most candid and accurate statement of the treatment of the question of exchanges is to be found in General E.R.S. Canby's report to the 40th Congress, which gives all the correspondence between the two governments. As to the treatment of Union prisoners, after long deliberation, we have resolved not to quote from any Northern source. In the pages of the works above mentioned, and in the personal narratives of Union officers and soldiers, such as Davidson, Goss, Isham, and hundreds of others, the reader may find the hideous story told in detail. We restrict ourselves here, as to the question of exchange, to the official correspondence of the two governments, and as to the treatment of prisoners, to the reports and sworn statements of Confederate officers. One of the earliest embarrassments of the government was the question how insurgents captured with arms in their hands should be treated. No one rightly estimated the extent or the duration which the insurrection was to assume. If it were to be speedily brought to a close, a cartel for the exchange of prisoners was altogether undesirable. If it were to continue any length of time, such an exchange would of course become necessary, but it must be effected with care and circumspection, lest in the process the insurrectionary government should extort some quasi-recognition of its legality. The matter ought not, perhaps, to have presented any insurmountable difficulty. The law of nations clearly enough provides for all such incidents of civil war. A nation loses none of its rights by following the dictates of humanity. As Dr. Theodore D. Woosley says, the same rules of war are required in such a war as in any other, the same ways of fighting, the same treatment of prisoners, of combatants or of non-combatants, and of private property by the army where it passes. In general, the relations of the parties ought to be nearly those of ordinary war, which humanity demands, and will be, because otherwise the law of retaliation will be applied. But in these early days of the war, the state was so encompassed by dangers at home and abroad that the simplest actions seemed of doubtful propriety. The government had not only to guard against a vigilant opposition at home, ready to seize upon any pretext for attack, but it had also to be constantly in an attitude of defense against European powers, which would have taken advantage of anything in the conduct of the United States government that would justify the recognition of the Confederacy. Recognition once granted, intervention would not have been far distant. When the United States troops in Texas were surrendered by Twiggs, they were granted terms of ostentatious liberality. "They are our friends," the Texan commissioners wrote, They have heretofore afforded our people all the protection in their power, and we owe to them every consideration. They were to be allowed to leave the state unmolested, carrying their arms with them. But before they got away, the collision at Fort Sumter took place, and they were seized and disarmed, some paroled and some imprisoned. A part of them were released, but others were held in defiance of the terms of Twiggs' surrender for over 2 years. After the war began, no treatment seemed harsh enough for these friends and protectors of the frontiers. Various citizens wrote to Jefferson Davis suggesting that they be put to hard labor on the railroads, that they be starved unless the United States would feed them, that they be put on a diet of bread and water, that their legs should be broken and they be turned loose, that those among them who were foreigners should be killed. These suggestions were referred by Mr. Davis to his Secretary of War. During the year 1861, no general policy for the exchange of prisoners was adopted. In the temper both parties were in, no formal cartel was possible. The Confederates demanded the treatment of a recognized government, which the United States was not prepared to grant. Yet exchanges were made from time to time by generals in the field, at the bidding of immediate necessity, and without touching the larger questions. At the opening of the year 1862, the Washington authorities, desiring to release the prisoners of the first battle of Bull Run, made an effort to effect an exchange. But the Confederate demands seemed inadmissible. These were, in fact, that seamen taken in rebel privateers should be exchanged on equal terms with seamen in the merchant service, that United States regulars should not be exchanged for Southern volunteers, and that no proposition for the exchange of Southern privateers should be considered without an absolute unconditional abandonment of the pretext that they are pirates, their release from confinement as felons, and their treatment as other prisoners of war. The President had already resolved to adopt the course here suggested in regard to rebel privateers. The certainty of bloody reprisals upon Union officers in Richmond had induced the President to give up all thought of exceptional treatment of privateers, even before the end of 1861. 4 men of the crew of the privateer Jefferson Davis had been convicted of piracy and sentenced to death. Others were awaiting trial. The law seemed sufficiently clear, but even if Mr. Lincoln had been able to withhold a pardon from brave men engaged in what they considered their duty, he could never have thus sentenced to death an equal number of Union officers in rigorous confinement marked out for shameful execution. But before any formal action was taken in relation to exchange, the President made an effort to alleviate the condition of our prisoners in the South by appointing the Reverend Bishop Ames and the Honorable Hamilton Fish commissioners to visit them and minister to their wants. A large sum of money was given them for this purpose, and they were also instructed to make a list of all prisoners, giving such particulars as might be interesting and proper for their families to know, or useful to this government for the purpose of effecting their exchange or release. They were authorized to assure the Richmond authorities that prisoners held by the United States might receive like visitation and relief. All this was notified to the Confederate government by General Wool, commanding at Fort Monroe. In reply, they ignored the purpose of the commission entirely and appointed James A. Seddon and C. M. Conrad to meet them at Fort Monroe and negotiate an exchange of prisoners. Mr. Fish and Bishop Ames, being thus repulsed in their humane and charitable mission, went back to Washington, returned the money with which they had been entrusted, and resigned their office. The President, willing to sacrifice not only his own sense of dignity but something of national right to relieve a large amount of suffering, yielded every point of the Confederate demands and ordered arrangements to be made for a general exchange. General Wool and General Howell Cobb therefore met on the 23rd of February to settle the details of the business. But the consummation so ardently desired by the friends of the prisoners was again postponed through the persistence with which the Confederate agent clung to certain phrases, by which he hoped to gain some recognition from the United States of the territorial integrity of the Confederacy. He insisted that the cartel should contain a provision for delivering prisoners of either side at the frontier of their own country, respectively. As the Confederates claimed, at one time or another, all the slave states, this phrase might have been taken to mean the Ohio River or the southern boundary of Iowa. It was objected to by the President, and General Wool was ordered to make no arrangement except for actual exchanges. A few exchanges were made, but the question of hostages held against the privateersmen remained for a long time unsettled. The United States placed the men captured at sea and convicted as pirates on the list of prisoners, and tendered them for exchange by a letter from General Wool on the 13th of February. On the 18th, Mr. Benjamin, Confederate Secretary of War, accepted this assurance as entirely satisfactory, said the hostages had been placed on the footing of other prisoners and would be at once sent home on parole. But on the failure of Generals Wool and Cobb to agree on a general cartel, these officers were, in defiance of this agreement, which had nothing to do with the cartel, once more remanded to their distressing position as hostages, and every attempt made by the United States for their release only riveted their fetters more strongly. The Confederates never positively refused to give them up, but repeated promises to exchange them were broken. The privateersmen were sent to Fort Monroe, placed on a flag of truce boat, conveyed to City Point, and kept there 5 days, under promise of exchange for the hostages. But the Confederate authorities could not bring themselves to part with such valuable property. The privateersmen were brought back, and the hostages continued to languish in prison for several months longer. At last, on the 22nd of July, 1862, after infinite correspondence, our cartel was agreed upon between General Dix and General D.H. Hill, under which the exchange of prisoners was begun. But the course of the exchange never ran smooth. There was seldom a pretext lacking to interrupt its practical working. Robert Ould, who was placed in charge of the prisoners soon after the cartel was agreed upon, was a man of unsuitable temper and character for such a delicate and responsible duty. He was not content with carrying out with extravagant zeal the orders of his superiors, but was continually seeking cause of dispute with the Federal agents of exchange. With such a disposition existing both in Richmond and at the office of exchange, it is not surprising that frequent wranglings arose. It would be tedious to recount these controversies in detail. A few may be mentioned in passing. The Confederates insisted that it was a breach of faith for officers liberated on parole to be sent to our northwestern frontier against the Indians, a claim to which there could be no foundation, unless the savages who were then massacring the women and children of the frontier were to be regarded as the allies of the Confederacy. This claim the President, while anxious to avoid the slightest imputation of bad faith, refused to allow. Arrest of citizens for treasonable practices by the United States government was another ground of complaint and of threats to repudiate the cartel. So was the levy of military contributions by Pope and his army. All cases of grievances were promptly considered and, if possible, redressed. The President never allowed any consideration of etiquette to stand in the way of the release of prisoners. It was after the proclamation of emancipation that the most serious obstacle to the exchange of prisoners arose. The government at Richmond had refused from the beginning to regard Negro troops as soldiers. Mr. Seddon, then their Secretary of War, in a letter to General Beauregard, dated November 30, 1862, instructed him that slaves in flagrant rebellion were subject to death, that they could not be recognized as soldiers, even so far as to be tried and shot by court-martial. Summary execution must therefore be inflicted upon them, but, to guard against abuses, this power of death should be lodged in the general commanding the immediate locality of the capture. The object of these hellish instructions was evidently to prevent any record of the murder of Negro soldiers being made. On the 24th of December, 1862, Jefferson Davis issued his proclamation declaring General Butler a felon, ordering him to be hanged without trial as soon as captured, and also directing that no commissioned officer of the United States taken captive should be released on parole until Butler was caught and hanged, declaring all commissioned officers in Butler's command robbers and criminals deserving death, and ordering them, whenever captured, to be reserved for execution. This frantic proclamation, of course, put an end for a time to the exchange of officers on either side. In his message of the 12th of January, Mr. Davis proposed to deliver all Union officers thereafter captured to the civil authorities to be punished as criminals inciting to servile insurrection, and on the 1st of May the Confederate Congress passed substantially the law he proposed. It will never be known to what extent the Confederate officers obeyed the horrible instructions of the rebel authorities. Whenever questions were asked by the United States agents of exchange, Mr. Ould took a simple and easy way out of the difficulty. He pretended to know nothing about it. He reported his action in this respect to his government in a letter which deserves to be made known, as it preserves in a few lines the moral portrait of this serviceable person. As yet, the Federals, he said, do not appear to have found any well-authenticated case of the retention of the Negro prisoners. They have made several special inquiries, but in each case there was no record of any such party, and I so responded. Having no special desire to find any such case, it is more than probable the same answer will be returned to every such inquiry. We find, however, in the rebel archives several documents which indicate the commission of revolting crimes upon captured colored soldiers. On the 13th of June, 1863, General Kirby Smith, commanding the Trans-Mississippi Department, wrote a letter to General Richard Taylor, who commanded in Louisiana, containing these words: "I have been unofficially informed that some of your troops have captured negroes in arms. I hope this may not be so, and that your subordinates who may have been in command of capturing parties may have recognized the propriety of giving no quarter to armed negroes and their officers. In this way we may be relieved from disagreeable dilemma." In an official order written the same day, he repeated this draconic injunction, and added that if, unfortunately, any black soldiers should be taken alive, they should not be executed by the military, as that would provoke retaliation, but should be turned over to be dealt with by the civil authorities, to which, of course, he said, no exception can be taken. Hundreds of living men who were acquainted with Generals Smith and Taylor, who have sat at table with them, who have known them as men of sense and refinement, will find it difficult to appreciate the strange mental and moral conditions into which they must have wandered before they could put their hands to propositions so unconsciously fiendish. Unhappily, we are not allowed the comfort of believing that these crimson edicts went unfulfilled. We have the evidence that Confederate officers of high rank did not scruple to murder Negro prisoners, and then lie about it to avoid retaliation. On the 8th of August, General George L. Andrews, commanding at Port Hudson, having heard a rumor of the execution of certain colored soldiers near Jackson, interrogated the Confederate Colonel J. L. Logan in regard to it. Logan denied the story, not squarely but evasively, saying that if done at all, it was without his knowledge or authority, threatening vengeance in case of any severity to his soldiers, and informing Andrews of his intention to place the Union prisoners in his hands in close confinement. The facts, which Andrews was at that time unable to ascertain, were far worse than he suspected. The reports of Colonels John Griffith and Frank Powers show that a squad of negroes in arms was captured at Jackson on the 3rd of August. While bringing them into camp, 4 of the negroes attempted to escape, Colonel Powers reports. "I ordered the guard to shoot them down. In the confusion, the other negroes attempted to escape likewise. I then ordered everyone shot, and with my 6-shooter assisted in the execution of the order. I believe few escaped, most of them being killed instantly." There is no tone of any regret or apology in this. Both these officers are as complacent over their exploit as young hunters talking about a good bag of game. It is hard to enter into the minds of men to whom these things are possible, unless we reflect that an environment of slavery created peculiar ideas of humanity and morals. Mr. Lincoln was helpless in face of this state of things. He was incapable of ordering the bloody reprisals required by the lex talionis. He could not have caused such orders to be executed if they had been given. The public opinion of the North would not have permitted it. While Mr. Ould was spurring his government to every extreme of cruelty, General E. A. Hitchcock wrote to the Secretary of War that his mind was full night and day of the awful subject of retaliation, and while he acquiesced in the threats the government had made to protect the lives of its soldiers, he earnestly advised that they should not be carried out. "If they choose in the South," he said, "to act as barbarians, we, as a civilized people, ought not to follow their example." The President was compelled to take the same view. He could not get accurate information as to the murder or enslavement of Negroes. The Confederates denied every specific case, and he could not destroy an innocent man in cold blood for a crime his superiors had committed. He remained, therefore, at a grievous disadvantage in face of the Richmond authorities in regard to the question of prisoners from the beginning to the end. It was not possible, on the other hand, even for Mr. Davis to carry out the full rigor of his proclamation. Whatever his wishes might have been, he could not send every captured officer to the gallows. He could not publicly withdraw his threats, but from time to time the agents of the respective governments were permitted to carry on exchanges not only of enlisted men but of officers. The Union agent tried hard to get a declaration that the proclamation was revoked, but this was sometimes angrily refused and sometimes courteously evaded by the Confederates. There were other causes of dispute. The cartel provided that all prisoners of war on either side should be sent either to Aiken's Landing on the James River or to Vicksburg to be paroled or exchanged, though the commanders of the two opposing armies might agree on other points. No attention was paid to this rule by the rebel authorities unless it suited them. They continually paroled prisoners on the field whom they were unable to take with them, soldiers captured in cavalry raids, citizens seized on their farms or in the streets, and insisted upon their equivalents in exchange. The federal commissioner would protest, an angry interchange of notes would take place, and the matter would end by the Union commissioner yielding the point for the time being and giving notice that it would not be allowed again. The whole performance would be repeated a few months later. The Union authorities, for instance, allowed full equivalents for the 13,000 men paroled and turned loose at Harper's Ferry in order that the captors might take part in the Battle of Antietam, and it did the same for the victims of Stuart's Maryland raid. On the other hand, the Confederates took advantage of the paroles given by Pemberton's army at the capitulation of Vicksburg, arbitrarily declaring the prisoners exchanged and sent them, a heavy reinforcement, to Bragg's army at Chattanooga. In June 1863, a serious question arose from the treatment to which Colonel A.D. Streit and his officers were subjected. They had been captured in a cavalry raid in Alabama and Georgia, and on the pretext that they were inciting slaves to insurrection, they had been excluded from the privilege of exchange and had been put in close confinement as felons. In this case, the Union authorities imprisoned John H. Morgan and his men in retaliation. Both Streit and Morgan eliminated the personal element from this controversy by escaping from jail. The Confederates continued, to the end, the practice of treating men of any political prominence with especial severity. Messrs. J. H. Brown and A. D. Richardson, civilians, were treated with great cruelty, and their exchange persistently refused because they were connected with the New York Tribune. Colonel Harry White was served with the same injustice because he was a Republican member of the Pennsylvania Senate, and his absence made a tie in that body. Mr. Ould boasted that he refused a major general for him. Ould prized his civilian prisoners and resisted all attempts at their release. In one instance, when the Richmond authorities had ordered the release of one Webster, an inoffensive citizen of Maryland, captured in a cavalry raid, Ould protested, saying he wished that he had several hundred like him. We must have a Northern pressure to assist us. That can only be obtained by holding on to every Northern Union man. The controversy between the officers of exchange continued through the year 1863, though the capture of General W. F. Lee at the end of June put a sudden stop to the threats of hanging Union officers. As to exchanges, Mr. Ould apparently had things very much his own way. He would put in lists of thousands of paroles of prisoners said to have been captured at indefinite times and places, which, after due protest and dispute, the United States Commissioner, in his anxiety to effect exchanges, would allow. In November, the reports of the sufferings of Union prisoners in the South had grown so rife that the Secretary of War, after vainly endeavoring to bring about some amendment, or at least elicit some definite information, at last gave an order that Confederate prisoners should be subjected to the same treatment received by Union men in Southern prisoners. This order was not executed, as General Hitchcock reported that it would result in an uprising against the guards at Camps Newton and Chase and other slenderly guarded places. Human nature, he said, would not endure such treatment under an ordinary system of guards. The unhappy soldiers in Southern hands were so debilitated by insufficient food, so deterred by menaces of wholesale massacre, to be mentioned more particularly hereafter, that there was little danger of their rising against their keepers. Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Stanton felt keenly the sufferings of these unfortunate soldiers, and every expedient, short of absolute surrender to Mr. Ould's demands, was resorted to in the autumn and winter of 1863 to effect their liberation. Ould stubbornly insisted upon an immediate exchange of all prisoners, the excess on either side to be paroled, and this while Mr. Davis's proclamation declaring large classes of Federal officers and soldiers outlaws was still in force. Experience had shown that as soon as Ould effected an exchange on parole, he would declare the paroled soldiers regularly exchanged, and they would be sent into the field. As there was a large excess of Confederates in Union hands, every exchange was a reinforcement of their armies. Besides this, the Southerners were so much better cared for in Northern prisons that they required far less time for recuperation than the released Union prisoners. Ould himself wrote, in a moment of cynical candor to his own government, The arrangement I have made works largely in our favor. We get rid of a set of miserable wretches and receive some of the best material I ever saw. While, therefore, the United States government could not effect the release of all of its suffering soldiers, the Commissioner did all he could by way of partial exchanges. Mr. Ould thriftily managed in all cases to get more than he returned, boasting of his success in this respect in his official reports. Late in November, the Union Commissioner, sick at heart at the stories brought up by released surgeons of the condition of their comrades, proposed the immediate exchange of 12,000 on each side, which Ould refused. General Hitchcock, a man of the greatest delicacy and humanity, suggested that another might succeed where he with his best efforts had failed to relieve this vast sum of misery. Upon this, General Halleck offered General Lee full equivalents for all the Union prisoners in Richmond, leaving other questions for future settlement. General Lee declined the proposition on the 12th, and on the same day the Confederates sent back notice by a flag of truce boat that they would receive no more supplies for the relief of Union prisoners. In December 1863, General Butler was put in charge of the exchange of prisoners at Fort Monroe. Mr. Ould was promptly directed to give notice that, as General Butler was under outlawry by order of the Confederate government, no communication could be held with him. But this puerile attitude was, after a while, tacitly abandoned, and on the 29th of March, Ould asked Butler for a conference, and during the next month partial exchanges were resumed. Mr. Ould continued reinforcing the Southern armies by releasing exchanged prisoners from their paroles. At one time he declared exchanges when the balance in favor of the Union side was over 34,000 by General Hitchcock's showing and over 16,000 by his own. Butler wanted the United States government to follow this bad example, but they declined, preferring to stand to the injury rather than begin a competition of bad faith. The War Department estimated that this action of the two governments in relation to prisoners made a difference against the United States in the campaign of 1864 of 40,000 men. When General Grant came East, after his appointment to the chief command of all the armies, he introduced a somewhat sterner spirit into the negotiations for exchange. He ordered General Butler to give up no more prisoners until equivalents for the Vicksburg and Point Hudson captures were received, and to insist upon a formal agreement of the Confederate government to make no distinction between white and colored prisoners. These requirements were communicated to the Confederate commissioner and caused a cessation of exchanges. In the face of this altered demeanor of the United States authorities, the Confederates became in turn the suitors for exchange. Unavowed motives were perhaps at work on both sides. General Grant had come to the conclusion that the system of exchange, as carried on, resulted in serious disadvantage to the fighting force of the Union Army, while the Confederate authorities had doubtless been somewhat affected by the appalling reports made to them by their own officials of the frightful mortality among the Union prisoners, threatening their entire extinction, and, besides, the steady advance of Sherman southward made the danger of their rescue every day more serious. The Confederates now began to press for exchange, and the Union authorities to grow more exacting as to conditions. The first intimation received from Mr. Ould that he was ready to exchange prisoners man for man was made on the 10th of August, 1864. General Butler replied in a caustic letter, reviewing the whole question in a combative spirit, and demanding a withdrawal of the Confederate menace of death to the Negro troops and their officers. Commissioner Ould took this letter as a rejection of his offer, and stated in the Richmond papers that the United States had refused the Confederate tender of exchange. This was intended for political effect in the North, the Confederate authorities being much preoccupied at this time with the effort to defeat Mr. Lincoln's reelection. Howell Cobb wrote to Mr. Seddon, suggesting that the prisons be polled and all soldiers opposed to Lincoln be sent home on parole. He enumerates the following advantages of such a course. 1. We get clear of feeding and guarding that many prisoners. 2. We give that many votes and influence against Lincoln's election. 3. We show the Yankee people that Lincoln is refusing to exchange for political purposes. The Secretary of War referred this ingenious scheme to Mr. Ould, who doubted its efficacy. Little was done during the summer and early autumn except to arrange the exchange of some thousands of sick and disabled prisoners, but on the 6th of October Mr. Ould, having made a proposal for the mutual forwarding of supplies to prisoners, the government of the United States, which had frequently made the same suggestion in vain, now eagerly embraced it. General Grant was authorized also to reopen the subject of exchange. It is the desire of the President, his instructions said, that no efforts consistent with national safety and honor be spared to effect the prompt release of all soldiers and loyal persons in captivity to the rebels as prisoners of war, or on any other grounds. Yet, in spite of the ardent desire of Mr. Lincoln to have the matter expedited, there was so much of technical obstruction and delay that it was the 28th of December before the questions at issue were settled, and the 5th of the next February before all arrangements were made and the final exchanges actually begun. As to the comparative treatment of prisoners by the respective sides, there is no room for doubt. The 2 ponderous volumes of testimony to which allusion has been made contain unquestionable evidence of nameless suffering, which we cannot bring ourselves at this day even to summarize. In addition to these, there is the report of the Select Committee of the 38th Congress describing the shocking condition of released Union prisoners at Annapolis, and the more elaborate and careful report of the Commission of Inquiry appointed by the United States Sanitary Commission, consisting of eminent physicians, jurists, and clergymen. Special students of the subject are referred to these documents. They disclose a state of facts not fit for general reading. The spirit of the time, the circumstances of the case which made these horrors possible, are gone forever. The readers of the present day could not make the proper allowance for them, and the naked story of those who came alive out of Libby and Belle Isle and Andersonville would awaken either incredulity or a feeling of resentment which it is undesirable to excite. Of course, there are countercharges from the other side, but there is a noticeable difference of tone in the accounts given by Union men of Southern prisons and those in which Confederate soldiers describe their treatment in the North. In the one there is a grim, gloomy earnestness, as of men who have been saturated with horrors which have permanently darkened their lives. In the other there is the note of humorous petulance, the style in which a young clerk abuses his boarding-house or the tourist lashes out at the railway restaurant. Among the worst outrages of which they complain were the rough words they sometimes received from guards and the insolent looks of the Negro soldiers. The Southerners were, of course, not happy at Johnson's Island or Fort Delaware. It is inconvenient to be restrained of one's liberty, and prison fare is not always plentiful or palatable. But all the reports agree that there was no systematic overcrowding, and the ration was wholesome and sufficient. At Fort Delaware, every prisoner could bathe in the river as often as he chose. Each prisoner had a bunk to himself. Their health improved steadily from the moment to the end of their imprisonment. Johnson's Island, in Sandusky Bay, is a pleasant spot, though the Confederates complained of the cold in winter. It embraced 300 acres. The prison buildings were substantial and not uncomfortable. There was a spacious square for the exercise of the prisoners. There were never more than 2,500 men there at once. At Andersonville, the prison pen measured 35 acres in all, many acres of which were swamp, and in that enclosure were crammed 35,000 men. At Point Lookout, one of the largest depots, there were about 9,000 Confederate prisoners and only 400 in hospital. Miss Dix reported the following menu for the sick: beef tea, beef soup, rice, milk punch, milk, gruel, lemonade, stewed fruits, beefsteak, mutton, and vegetables. These things are not said with any motive of laudation. There was no reason why prisoners should not be treated kindly in Northern prisons. Money and stores were plentiful. There would have been no excuse for privation. It would have been impossible for the Confederates to treat their prisoners equally well. The captives at Fort Delaware fared better than the clerks in the department at Richmond. There was a difference of motive also. The United States government always looked forward to the time when their enemies would be citizens and friends. The hope of the Confederates was that they should be forever aliens. Unfortunately, it cannot be said that Union prisoners at the South were treated as well as was possible. We will use, in proof of this, only the reluctant testimony of Southern officials. In the summer of 1864, Lieutenant Colonel D.T. Chandler was sent to Andersonville to inspect the prison there. From his report to the Confederate authorities, we condense the following statement, in which his own words are generally used. The Federal prisoners were confined in a stockade, 15 feet high, enclosing an area of 540 by 260 yards. A railing around the inside of the stockade, and about 25 feet from it, constituted the dead line, beyond which prisoners were forbidden to pass on pain of death. The center was occupied by a noisome swamp covering 3½ acres, reducing the available area to 23½ acres, which gives somewhat less than 6 square feet to each prisoner. A small stream passing through the enclosure furnished the only water for washing accessible to the prisoners, and the troops of the guard encamped above the stockade rendered this water unfit for use. The soil on the edges of the stream being used as a sink was a loathsome marsh, breeding pestilence. There was no shelter for prisoners. They were exposed to all the rigor of the skies. They died of sunstroke at one time, of cold and exposure at others. The crowding and the famine developed frightful accesses of passion among them. The strong oppressed the weak. Murders were not uncommon, until at last the prisoners themselves organized a lynch court and hanged 6 of the homicides. There was no medical attendance provided within the stockade. Medical officers appeared at the gates each day, but the crowd of agonized wretches was so great that only the strongest could be served. There were hospitals outside, but they afforded no room for a tithe of the sick. The dead who had died from unknown causes, and whom the medical officers had never seen, were daily carted out of the stockade by the score. They were tumbled into nameless graves. Their fingers were chopped off with axes to remove their rings. Colonel Chandler was shocked at the sanitary condition of the place. The prisoners were dying like flies from scurvy and diarrhea. No effort, he said, was made to arrest the mortality by means of proper food. The ration consisted of a little bacon and unbolted cornmeal, many witnesses testifying that the grain and the cobs were ground up together. No soap or clothing was ever issued. The death rate increased with appalling rapidity. In March it was 3 7/10% a month. In July, 6 3/10%. Colonel Chandler concluded his report with this terrible arraignment of General Winder. He recommended his removal, and the substitution in his place of someone who unites both energy and good judgment with some feeling of humanity and consideration for the welfare and comfort of the vast number of unfortunates placed under his control, someone who at least would not advocate deliberately and in cold blood the propriety of leaving them in their present condition until their number has been sufficiently reduced by death to make the present arrangement suffice for their accommodation, who will not consider it a matter of self-laudation and boasting that he had never been inside the stockade, a place the horrors of which it is difficult to describe, and which is a disgrace to civilization, the condition of which he might, by the exercise of a little energy and judgment, even with the limited means at his command, have considerably improved. We may safely leave the case with these words of honest indignation from a truthful and high-minded Confederate officer. Winder soon afterwards received a promotion and was made Commissary General of Union prisoners. Side by side with this report of a professional soldier, we will place a few extracts from the report of an eminent Southern surgeon, Dr. Joseph Jones, who inspected Andersonville in August 1864, under the orders of the Confederate Surgeon General, not with any humane intentions toward the prisoners, but purely in the interest of pathology. It is written in a manner curiously calm and cold, and the good faith of the writer is made evident by his throwing upon the government of the United States the blame for the miseries he so graphically describes. We are forced to omit the most revolting particulars of this singular document, but a few passages will serve to show a condition of things which would sound incredible if related in Zululand. The report sets forth that the large number of men confined within the stockade soon, under a defective system of police, covered the low ground with ordure, which, by occasional rising of the water in time of rain, was distributed over the enclosure, there being not force of current sufficient to carry it away. The refuse of the camp was thrown there. The action of the sun excited rapid fermentation and a horrible stench. The stagnant water quivered with life. Dr. Jones not only found the hospital overcrowded, but the stockade filled with sick who were receiving no care. There were great numbers walking about, suffering with severe and incurable diarrhea, dysentery, and scurvy. Men died by hundreds, and their deaths were entered in the books under the head of morbi varii, showing they had not even been seen by a surgeon. Dr. Jones found to his surprise few cases of malarial fever. He inferred that the artificial atmosphere of the stockade, crowded densely with human beings and loaded with animal exhalations, was unfavorable to the existence and action of malarial poison. The effects of scurvy were manifested on every hand and in all its various stages, from the muddy pale complexion, pale gums, feeble, languid muscular motions, to the swollen features, livid bleeding gums, loose teeth, oedematous limbs, spasmodically flexed extremities, spontaneous hemorrhages, and large, spreading ulcers covered with purplish fungus growth. From the crowded condition, filthy habits, bad diet, and depressed condition of the prisoners, their systems had become so disordered that the smallest abrasion of the skin, from the rubbing of a shoe, or from the effects of the sun, or from the prick of a splinter, or from scratching or mosquito bite, took on rapid and frightful ulceration and gangrene. He attributes this morbid condition to the improper food furnished, asserts that it might easily be improved by giving the prisoners green corn and other vegetables, which were plentiful. He draws this hideous picture. The haggard, distressed countenances of these miserable, complaining, dejected living skeletons, crying for medical aid and food, and cursing their government for its refusal to exchange prisoners, and the ghastly corpses, with their glazed eyeballs staring up into vacant space, with the flies swarming down their open and grinning mouths, and over their ragged clothes infested with numerous lice, as they lay among the sick and dying. To the want of proper police and hygienic regulations also he attributed the dreadful aggregate of nearly 10,000 deaths from February to September. There can be no accurate count of the mortality in rebel prisons. The report made by the War Department to the 40th Congress shows that about 188,000 Union soldiers were captured by the Confederates, that half of them were paroled and half confined in prison. Of this number, 36,000 died in captivity. The Union armies, on the other hand, captured 476,000 Confederates. Of these, 277,000 were retained as prisoners and 30,000 died. While the percentage of mortality in Northern prisons was 13 in the 100, that in rebel prisons was 38. We will not continue the recital of these monotonous miseries which meet us in the history of Libby, of Salisbury, and of Belle Island in the very site of the Confederate government at Richmond. There are other reports like that of Colonel Chandler, of honorable Confederate officers outraged beyond endurance by the sufferings which seemed to them wantonly inflicted upon helpless prisoners. There is evidence of Southern priests whose hearts were torn by the agonies of Catholic soldiers dying of want and privation in the murderous stockade. But this accumulation of anguish would be an ungrateful task. We will refer to only two more incidents which show how the terror of immediate and violent death was occasionally added to the daily torments, to stifle every aspiration for freedom in the hearts of the miserable captives. At the time of Kilpatrick's abortive cavalry raid toward Richmond, it was feared the city might be taken and the prisoners rescued. We will not trust ourselves to tell in our own language the means adopted to prevent such a rescue. A joint committee of the Confederate Congress, saying of it in a report intended to vindicate their actions in the treatment of prisoners, "A mine was prepared under the Libby prison, a sufficient quantity of gunpowder was put into it, and pains were taken to inform the prisoners that any attempt at escape made by them would be effectually defeated." In July 1864, when Sherman's rapid march towards Atlanta had thoroughly alarmed the Confederates as to the safety of the prisoners they held, General Winder issued an order to the guards on duty at Andersonville. On receiving notice that the enemy had approached within 7 miles of this post, to open fire upon the stockade with grape shot, without reference to the situation beyond these lines of defense. It is better, he added, that the last Federal be exterminated than be permitted to burn and pillage the property of loyal citizens, as they will do if allowed to make their escape from prison. Here is no pretense of necessity, nor of self-defense. General Winder simply says it is better to slaughter 30,000 helpless, starving men than to run the risk of a Georgia farmer losing his hayrick. Justice is sometimes wrought in strange ways. This heartless jailer, who boasted to Colonel Chandler that he had never been inside the stockade and that, if it was too crowded, he would kill enough to make it fit, was still near enough his victims to breathe their tainted air. He contracted gangrene of the face and died not long after his promotion. End of chapter 17, and end of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 7, by John Hay and John George Nicolay.